Alrighty then. Let me see. I think I might have my gain up a little bit too much. You guys hear me all right? Let me see. Is it getting worse or there we go. There we go. Let's get that mic balanced. Happy Thursday, Sheree. How are you? Wait for, some of the other people to trickle in. I'm gonna paint the Batman the Animated Series tonight. We'll knock that one out. I went ahead and just did it offline, off stream. Different stuff black. So the Wolverine's now black. The Hulk that's been sitting here on the desk for like, I don't know, 100 years. He's now black. And then I have two others. I'll show them off. What's up, Stranded? How are you? I made it in time for opening credits. Remember when they used to put the credits before the movie started? Like, instead of like 20 minutes of credits after the movie, it was like 3 minutes before the movie. Because it was like, now you got to thank everybody and every company that had any kind of hand in touching that movie. It's crazy. How was last night? I'm sitting here, I'm drinking my cup of coffee. You're old enough to remember cartoons before the movie. In certain cases, yeah, I can actually remember some of that too. I also remember going to the drive-in to see movies. Matter of fact, the first time, it's one of my earliest memories, is going to a drive-in theater in Acco, New Jersey, and watching Star Wars with my mom and my dad. It was pretty chill. Yeah, I think you guys like. I dropped in and just dropped in to say hi to everybody and bounce or whatever, and then I came back later on. And well, actually, I came back after the stream was over, and I rewatched through the calls until the Ivan call, and then I watched the Ivan call. Like I fast forwarded everything. Just watch the Ivan call because I'm not gonna lie, and I'll get into it. I am done with ABL, like done. Like, and I'll go into why. Yeah, bring your own snacks. The snack bar is open. You could also go to the snack bar. But yeah, I watched the Ivan call or whatever. But I didn't know if people were going to have like a massive reaction over all the shit with Shannon Sharp, which I'm not going to lie, I barely know anything about. I just heard that he was, I think ESPN, basically called it quits with him. I know that's a whole debacle and a mess. Um, but yeah, I literally, I don't know if Shannon Sharp did it. If he didn't do it, I have no idea. I don't know if the chick's lying. I have no clue on the whole situation. So I don't really have a dog in that fight. Like if he did it, or whatever he's accused of, then whatever. If he didn't do it, then he definitely needs to be made whole. But I have no idea. I'd be talking out my ass if I tried to tell you exactly what was happening. I actually saw Stephen A. Smith. I guess I can do away with the, as Stranded called it, my credit screen. Um, I saw Stephen A. Smith talk about it for about a second, and he didn't get into the allegations, anything else, but he was just like, he said emphatically he didn't do it. The attorney said that his client says emphatically that he did do it. So I don't know. I have no idea. I don't even know who the fuck Shannon Sharp is. I'll be honest with you. I mean that's not a bad conclusion. I don't think that's the case, and I'll get into that. Like I'll definitely get into my take on it. And legitimately shout out Duke Raoul. He chimed in after last week's show, and he legitimately was like, "Yo, man, you got to go on Twitter or whatever and check this out and all this kind of stuff." And I did, and some of the stuff I found, that's why I'm kind of done. Yeah, Shannon Sharp. The most I know is apparently he is a sports commentator on ESPN. I guess some chick is accusing him of like abuse. Like I guess he went outside his marriage, and some chicks accusing him of abuse. Now I'm saying accused and all that because it's alleged. I have no idea if he did it, if he didn't do it. But apparently there's text messages. Candace Owens does a breakdown on it too. I haven't watched that yet, so I'm not sure, guys. I don't know. I do know that like he said something about go away or I'll choke you or something like that to the chick in a text. I want to say, and I'm going to say allegedly because I have no fucking clue. But I just remember hearing something like that or something sideways like that, and that could be 1,000 different things. Doesn't mean he actually abused her, or knew her, or anything like that. It could just be somebody who kept pestering him until he said, "Look, go fuck yourself." You know that happens. Yeah, I'm not on Twitter either, really, Sheree. I have an account for GAM Catches Up, and I'll go and if there's a video I see on YouTube or whatever, I'll go try and locate the source of the video, especially if somebody's citing something from Twitter, or I'll watch, like somebody puts out like, oh, this person put out a tweet. I'll go see what the reaction is, and that's about it. I've never tweeted, never done any of that fucking shit. Like I'm not what am I gonna tweet out? Hey guys, taking a shit right now. Blah blah blah. Like hey, what the fuck? Like oh, I'm playing a video game now. Oh look, here's my lunch. I'm not that interesting. And I don't know if he's married. I don't know if he's got a girlfriend, fiance. I don't fucking know about him at all. I just I know there's a lot of controversy with some people taking his side just blindly, and some people taking the girl side or whatever that's accusing him of shit. But legitimately, I don't really fucking care. So, I figured I'd throw that out there in case anybody was following it real intently or any of that. So I don't know. You could tell me whatever. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're wrong. I don't know. What's going on forever? So, all right, yeah, I was breaking this down to my buddy Bubba the other day about YouTube, right? Because he was talking to me and he's like, "Well, how do you get monetized and all that?" I said, "Well, you start getting monetized when you hit 500 subs, and I think I need like 3,000 hours watched." Now I'm at 66 subs. I love all my subs, and to be honest with you, you guys already got me up to like 1,700 hours of content watched or some shit. Very appreciative of that, considering 3 hour show, 3 to 6 hour show, and you multiply that in up to 1,700 hours. It's a lot for a little nobody that's sitting in a room painting his dolls, as Mister would say to me. Thank you, Sheree. I mean, like legitimately, I couldn't do it without you guys. Legitimately. But I was even talking to my wife about it. She goes, "What do you care about getting monetized? I thought you said you didn't care." She's like, "As long as one person's watching your channel, I thought you said you'd keep going." I was like, "Exactly. You're not wrong." She's not wrong. I was like, for me, it's more like, I don't know. It'd be nice. It'd be nice, maybe just like the legitimacy of it. Like, hey, maybe people actually do give a shit what or like what you're saying or what have you. But I just look at the people. I will go for quality over quantity any day of the week, and I have very high quality of viewer. Like you guys are all, everybody brings something different to the table, and everybody has their own opinions and all that, and you guys are able to express them, have fun in the chat. We can sit here bullshit for hours on just anything, really. So I'll take that. I'll take that as my win. You know what I mean? On a Thursday night, 2 people, 10 people, 16 people tuning into me. Um, like you guys are taking time out of your day. I appreciate it. That's why I doesn't matter if I'm, unless I'm taking a dump or, got hit with a shit spear. I don't know if I've ever explained a shit spear to people, but that's when you eat something and then maybe like hour later, all of a sudden your stomach starts gurgling. You're like, oh my God. And it feels like you got stabbed in the guts with a spear and you have to go take a shit, right? That is the shit spear. I got hit with one of them before a stream once. So I had to delay the stream by like 10, 15 minutes. But I try to be here at 8 o'clock spot on every time. And the reason why is because I feel it's respectful to my viewers not to be late. Because if you guys are taking the time out to sit here and listen to me run my gums, the least I can do is show the fuck up on time. Yeah, sure, right. And anytime, like, those are the ambulance chasing lawyers. Those are the Johnny Cochrans of their time, right there. You listed like Crump. And that in that one lawyer is the one that went after Jay-Z, I think. And Jay-Z basically is turning around and suing him for bullshit. Like he was full of shit or whatever. So, yeah. Yeah, that definitely happens that way. Let me see. We got 5 people watching like right now. That's nice. I mean, I appreciate your consistency because, like I said, Thursday's kind of in the middle of the week. It's not quite Friday yet. I mean, we tried doing it on Friday where nobody had work the next day, and yeah, we saw how that shit worked out. Matter of fact, I was talking to Bagum D after WrestleMania. I called him on the phone or what have you, and the two of us had a discussion. He's like, "Yeah, man, it's like I thought you switched your shows up to Friday or whatever." He's like, "You threw me for a whole fucking loop. Now I gotta like schedule my time so I can get it on Thursdays." Dude, I can't ever look at Nick Rekieta again. I mean, I'm happy he's back, and I'm happy he didn't lose his entire channel. Um, I can't look at him right again because I watched too many people cover what he put into legal documents trying to get out of being nailed flat out for having a decent quantity of cocaine on his possession in his house, and the fact that his kids are like kids. I mean, they're under, a certain age, and yeah, they all tested. 2 of them tested positive for cocaine or whatever in their hair or whatever, or their blood or whatever. I don't know what test they did. I can't remember. But just in watching other like legal commentators that are actual lawyers break apart his case and his arguments and stuff, and the shit he was arguing was just like, bro, it ain't gonna work. And so he took a plea deal, I believe. No, no, me and Friday, you're 100% right, Stranded. That Friday is my fuck around find out day, apparently. Dragging ass, fighting with the wife while we're shopping on a Saturday. Not fun. None of that shit was fun because I was all grumpy assed. Wasn't even her fault. But yeah, definitely forever Nick Rekieta. I like the guy. He's got a hell of a personality to him, and I think for a while there he had some good legal insight. He is really breaking down, breaking down lawyer speak, legalese, I guess we'll call it, down to layman's terms, so you can understand him and follow him. He's very funny and all that. Just yeah, he kind of lost me there. So I'll continue to watch like people that are more cut and dry, like Kurt over at his channel, or potentially Criminal Sean. He's actually really good. Yeah, you watch all the same stuff. Yeah, it's just, I'm sorry, dude. Nick Rekieta going on screen after blowing lines up his nose, allegedly, we'll say, but having some of, I don't know if it's baby powder or cocaine on the tip of his nose while he's streaming, not realizing it's there, or then having his mistress perform fellatio. We'll put this in a mild adult term under his desk when he thought the camera was off and streaming all that. Like, I can't unsee it. Like, I just can't. Yeah, well, I mean, it's not, listen, adults, it's fine. You're going to do whatever you're going to do in your life. I'm not going to, if you're a crackhead, I'm going to tell you, hey, man, go try and get your life straight or whatever. You're a pothead. Moderation is your friend. Don't get stupid because I've seen people that smoke way too much weed and get dumb on it, right? Cocaine, it's, as Rick James stated, it's a hell of a drug. And I've seen people go down the tubes on it or whatever. That's not my problem with it. His sexual proclivities and, what he does in his marriage, that's his fucking business. Where I had a problem with it was when he got so involved in the drugs, so involved with his mistress and, all that stuff, his throuple, that all of a sudden you're neglecting your children. They're going to school, and the reason they had a welfare check is because they smelled bad, because they're not being bathed. They're complaining of being hungry at school, stuff like this. And then a couple of them test positive for cocaine. Like, yeah, we got issues now. Like, that's where I draw the line, and I can't support you anymore. Like, what's going on, Beans? And I mean, I guess that's a good jump on point, and I can kind of go into it a little bit of why, like with AVL, I won't be really supporting his content at all. I'll drop into live stream, say hi to everybody, and leave, and then I'll probably wait till the show's over, go and watch the call, like when Ivan calls in. And that's only to critique kind of the response to Ivan in some cases. Like last night, I got a huge critique on it. Yeah, exactly. I mean, look, I'm a complete asshole, hammered like a good chunk of my life, like drinking. Got married, kids. Guess what? I quit drinking. There's a reason for it. I was an asshole, and I don't want to be an asshole in front of the kids. I didn't want to set an example of, you should be drunk all the time and going through life. Oh, that's awesome. That's great. I'm glad you're setting up the veggie beds now. It's definitely like my my lemon trees. Well, actually, what's funny is they grafted, I guess, oranges, an orange tree onto my lemon tree when we before we had bought it. Like it was just a twig. Now it's like an actual tree, and it actually produces fruit. It started. It already blossomed, has already been pollinated, and has been producing fruit for, I'm gonna say, 2 weeks now. Like the fruit's starting to grow. Yeah, I mean, my daughter was when she was still living here. She had the veggie garden. Um, I had the fruit trees. You know, we have two grapefruit trees. I have an apple tree out front. The apple tree's still like a baby. Like it's taken a while for that sucker to grow. We also have a pear tree. That one's finally starting to grow, starting to take off. I guess it just had to get its roots deep enough and set. The wife actually took a mango. I want to say it was a mango pit. Was it a mango pit? It was a mango. I think it was. Yeah, it was a mango. But she took the pit, did the thing with the toothpicks, floated it in water or what have you. It started to sprout a little bit, and she actually has that one like in sapling form now. That's going to go into the ground soon. Oh no, he didn't like that a tidbit. And this is so, like I said, getting back to why I won't be supporting the show anymore or being in the chat or any of that shit. Um, so after the show last week, Duke Raoul said, "Yo, man, you got to go on his Twitter and you got to see this shit." Because for somebody who just, told us on Wednesday or whatever it was, when that one guy called in, I don't want to talk about, like, oh, I was hoping I was going to get away with not talking about this or whatever. He went on Twitter and, like, there's different shit where he went off about how the father showing up, it was basically like, just to cause a problem, shit like this. And people, like, he got ratioed to hell, right? That didn't really bug me all. It was annoying, but I'm like, okay, it's same subject. And I was just like, okay, whatever. Whatever. You're allowed to your opinions or what have you. What got me was this post. And it's on his Twitter. So anybody's got Twitter, you can go and you can look through ABL's post and you can find this post. He stated, and I'm not gonna go verbatim on this. I probably should have clipped it and, put it up on screen for everybody to read. But he basically said if somebody walked up and punched him in the face, he would pull his gun and shoot them. And at that point, that was like kind of that's my final straw. Like, really, dude? Like, you're that soft that if somebody punches you, you're not going to punch them back. Nothing. No, you're just going to grab your gun and shoot the person. Well, one, you're killing them. Like that's an improper escalation of force. Two, if you are saying that you are going to pull your gun and shoot somebody if they punch you in the face, you are basically not only just inviting somebody to walk up and attack you and punch you in the face for whatever reason, but you're basically already plotted that you're going to kill somebody. That's murder. It's premeditated murder. I'm sorry, I can't fuck with that. Like, no, that's to me that's a bitch position. Now, person shows up at your house, is breaking into your house. They're going to hurt your wife, your pets, your kids, whatever. They're going to destroy your property. Even then, like, I can see where you would escalate your violence. But you're talking about an escalation of violence with somebody that is, like if you're going to get jumped by 5 guys, okay, that's one thing. Talking about a one-on-one confrontation, eat the punch and sue the shit out of them. Like, you're an adult. Act like a fucking adult. That's something that like a 16-year-old gangbanger says. Somebody tests me, I shoot him. What the fuck are we talking about here? Right. And that's what I'm saying is like at that point that was the final straw for me. Like I'm done. Right. I was like, this is just you just basically proved to me that you are a complete bitch. Right. But then I was thinking about it, I was like, that's basically strike 2 for me and blah blah blah. And then I started thinking about it more. And the more I thought about it, the more my mind started to go back to, wait a minute, wasn't there another incident where shit came out? ABL immediately jumped on it with no evidence, no presentation of anything else, and completely just took the person's word for it that it was this situation. And I remembered what it was. And anybody that's in here that has watched him for any kind of time, you guys will remember the incident I'm talking about. What's up, Duke? Hey, dude. I'm explaining why I'm done right now on ABL. Like, why I'm just gonna jump in, give Sheree her flowers, say hi to you guys, and then bounce the fuck out and be done. Right. But I couldn't remember the other incident, and then it came to me. Do you guys remember there was a chick who she like disappeared, then came back and was like, I was kidnapped and all this kind of shit. And ABL immediately jumped to, you guys are all saying that she did it herself. and what the fuck do you know, and blah, 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 blah. And then it turned out she did she basically kidnapped herself, and he had apologized to her. Like, he actually gave an apology on that one. He didn't give an apology on this one, but he gave an apology on that one. Yep. Yeah, I unfollowed as well. I know he comes up live on Wednesdays and Saturdays at 8. So I'll drop in, give my flowers to Sheree, and I'm done, dude. But, and Duke, I cited, it was you. You're the one who did it for me, because when I went on Twitter and read the shit you were talking about, like the different posts about like the father being a clown, showing up at the press conference thinking he was funny or whatever. And then the one that did it for me was the one where he said, if somebody punches me, I'm shooting them. That was the one that did it right there for me. So I was like, this is kind of the third strike, and yeah, I'm fucking done. Done. But yeah, Duke, if you hadn't pointed that out to me, I would have been like, you got one more strike left, and then I might be out of this. But as soon as I read that, I was like, yo, that's complete bitch move. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I'm old. I'm like, fuck, I'm pushing 50, right? I'm not half of what I was when I was younger and could fucking throw down with like 3 guys and beat the shit out of them or whatever. I've never been a big guy. I've always been skinny and all that. Never once have I said, you punch me in the face, I'm shooting you. Like, not once. Not once have I said, I'll just pull my gun and da da da. No. No, I'd always say, I'm taking a piece of you with me. I don't care if I pull your eye out of your skull, or I rip your ear off, or, I break one of your joints, I break your fingers, I bite a chunk out of you, whatever. I can't even do that now with my fucking missing teeth. But, it's never been like, oh, well, you touch me, I'll shoot you. That shit's never come out of my mouth. I like, I'm sorry. I guess maybe I just grew up in a generation where sometimes you take an ass whooping. But I'm also at that point in my life where I can afford a lawyer to sue your ass for whatever damage you do to me, because that's what adults do. You really want to hurt somebody? I can break your arm. That arm's going to heal. I fucking take you to court for it, and they come and strip you of your guns and, like potentially lock you up for assault, and then that goes on your record, and you might lose your job, everything. That's way more damaging, man. The legal game is way more damaging than anything you can do to somebody physically outside of taking their life from them. Yeah, and I know Beans, you had the same reaction and all that. But I'm not asking anybody if you enjoy his content, you enjoy him. This is not speaking out against him. I'm just telling you where I stand on things and why I, won't be there and blah blah blah. Um, I will never tell you to cancel listening to anybody. I don't give a fuck. You listen to Ben Shapiro. I don't like Ben Shapiro. You want to watch his content and you enjoy it? Hey, enjoy it. Jimmy Dore, whatever content creator, Tim Pool. I'm critical of Tim Pool. You don't want to hear, like, I'll never tell you, hey, you need to stop listening to this person. Listen to everybody. Get your knowledge from everybody. Just know I just want to tell my point of view, my perspective on it, and leave it there. Yeah, and you're not wrong, Beans. You went from like one of his best mods to nobody. Like, just, yep, I'm here. Oh, shit, forever. That's rough. Um, but yeah, so like I said, I log in, I give Sheree her flowers. I'll say hi to you guys if I see if you guys are in the chat, because he doesn't begin the show till like 20 minutes past 8 or some shit most times anyway. So I have plenty of time to get in there, say hi to everybody, bounce. Um, yeah, but I do fast forward to the call. Anytime Ivan calls, like I listen to the call. As soon as I hear Ivan, I put it in normal mode. I'll listen to it at 2 times on the calls. Last night, Ivan called in, was arguing with him over, quote unquote, Maryland dad, right? Being deported and all. You can't do that. Somebody comes into your house, takes you away, and all this other shit. ABL should have shut that conversation down immediately just by asking Ivan one simple question. So, Ivan, let me ask you a question. Do American constitutional rights apply to an El Salvadorian national? Do American, your constitutional rights, do they apply to a Chinese national, a Russian national that's here illegally? That answer is no. They don't have those rights under the Constitution. Now, we are a system that should be going through due process and all that, but when you really get down to brass tacks, they don't have our constitutional rights. Therefore, the argument is already over. It's settled. They don't have a constitutional right. Yes, they can come lock you up. Yes, they can come throw you in a concentration camp if they wanted to, like they did with the Japanese in World War II. Well, actually, that wasn't right. That could have been argued because if they were Japanese American citizens, then they have constitutional rights. But if you're illegal and you're here, you don't have those constitutional protections. You have no legal recourse, really. What's going on, Danny Boss? How are you? Where Dookie at? What's up? Yes. And there you go. I was actually going to bring that in to Stranded. So Tim Pool, I actually got to defend him. Not for him coming out and saying I got more facts. It was not self-defense, but Tim Pool amended his claim of self-defense. Like, as soon as he realized, like, no, shit, I got this wrong. Fair, and hey, more power to him for at least admitting that I got it wrong, and he's an egomaniac, in my opinion. Dude, the fucking stutter boy Rodney Dangerfield. I'm telling you, folks. Like pulling on his jacket the whole time he talks. Where I will defend Tim Pool is this. Tim Pool went to the White House, and everybody was like going off. Oh, Trump loving reporter or podcaster throw a softball question. He didn't. He spoke the fucking truth when he was there. The media keeps framing this man as Maryland father. He's not. He's an illegal immigrant. He is not he may reside in Maryland. So yes, in a way you're technically right, but you're making it sound like he's an American citizen that has been deported. That's not the case. He's an illegal immigrant that has been deported. Case closed. Yeah, and you know what? You are not wrong, forever. Let's get this party started. This is what we're going for. You are correct, forever. The problem is that people conflate when you say, well, he's got a constitutional right. You have to realize if you're an American, you have an American constitutional right. If you were a Chinese national, under whatever their doctrine is, their piece of paper, it says this is what it is for our citizenry. American going there, you don't have their rights. You have to play by their laws, which is how people get fucked up when they go over to foreign countries because they don't know the law in that country that they're going to. They do something like they're an American citizen, and next thing you know, they're in jail or being caned in the street for being an asshole. Or you find yourself working with Uyghur Muslims in some fucking salt mining camp or cobalt mining camp. It's real easy to conflate things because we think of everything in American terms. Well, like even let's just take Danny Boss right here for an example, right? Over here, I can criticize whatever. And yeah, I may get me canceled online, stuff like that, but they're not going to come to my house and arrest me. Danny Boss says something about Muslims and like I don't think they should be flying their flags. And next thing you know, they show up at Danny Boss's house like, right, mate, you gotta come with us, and fucking like just lock them up and take them away. Like, because they don't have full on free speech like we do. Um, you know what? If he was an informant, that shit would have come out right off the rip. It would have come out right off the rip that he was an informant. They wouldn't have let this stuff go that far. Oh, fuck. I'm going to have to run and get the eyeballs out of the 3D printer because, like an asshole, when I grinded this down so everything would fit, I forgot that there was eyes that were in here and they were a separate print file. So when I started drilling it with my Dremel, next thing I know, I was like, what the hell? And one of the eyeballs fell out and I still haven't found it. Let's see. We got all these little pieces. And actually, oh no, you know what? I got both eyes. They're right here. No shit. I thought I lost one. I can't fish out the other. Come here, you little bastard. Them two little tiny flakes are the eyeballs for him. Matter of fact, I didn't even paint one of them. Shit. Alright, those are going to go white anyway. Yep. Yeah, I'm sure he told him we do have free speech. We just lock people up because we fucking feel like it, right? Dear Lord. Oh yeah. So the two other models, like I put the Wolverine in black or what have you. But this is another Pokemon I did from my daughter. This one's actually solid. I didn't hollow this one because I was afraid of leakage after the fact. And this is a Turtwig from Pokemon. So we'll have to paint him at some point, or her, or whatever the fuck it is. And then my wife, I had made her a Frogman. The Frogman broke, so I found a different one that I liked and printed them out. And he's fucking huge. So this little guy's going to get painted at some point too. This one's from my wife. I actually cut them into pieces on my own and hollowed them out and everything. And yeah, so we got those guys too. Add them into shit we need to paint. Did someone say Muzzy? Yeah, I don't even want to talk about it because David and I are playing Marvel Rivals, and of course, he had us set to the European servers, and I'd said something to somebody online about that, and yeah, they banned me. They com banned me. I was like, oh shit, I'm com banned. He's like, what? I'm like, yeah, I got com banned. Yep, David posted that last week. He sent that over to me about basically anytime it refers to women, it goes by biological sex now. You guys had to debate that. Figure that out. So hollowing them out can be a process. It's also easy. The hardest part of hollowing them out, this is what I found personally, is that when you do a solid model, like, okay, so this one's solid. Let me hold that up and tap it. Right? When they're solid like this, you have no leakage. This is your model. When they're hollowed like this one is, like, let's take a look at that head. Okay. This is all empty space. I don't know if you guys can even hear it, but it's empty space. In order for this to keep its shape, it has to put structures inside that support everything. even though I'm washing it and getting all the excess resin out of it, because of those supports will hold on to some of the resin, and then the resin will start leaking. If the resin starts leaking, it's just like any other kind of liquid. It's trying to find its way out of the model. So what'll end up happening is it'll start cracking the model, or it'll start oozing out of it into like a puddle of resin underneath the model. So you have to remove all the structures inside. So if I can't get a big enough hole in there where I can get in with tweezers or whatever and rip the structures out, I've started doing them solid, like this little guy here. But yeah, it basically, I think it cost me like $100 a year or something like that. Lychee slicer. They have their own automatic hollowing process that you can, it costs you money to use it, but it's worth it to me. It saves. I've made that back in resin that I've saved out of hollowing different models. Resin. I got to be careful saying resin. We got stranded in the chat. She's going to be like, yo, I don't need to smoke no resin. I got regular ass buds, buddy. But yeah, so we had that happen. I was hoping Devin would be in here because I was going to ask her if there's any well, actually, well, no, Paul isn't here either. He's pretty good with the religious stuff. But the Pope dying on Easter. What the fuck is that? Is that like one of the signs of the apocalypse or some shit? Yeah, resin hits when you're completely out of nug. That's go scrape the old bowl, or you keep. They always had that little chamber in between. Like your bowl piece was here, your stem's here, and then you had this little chamber, and you put a bud in there so it got nice and resonated. And then when you're completely out of buds and couldn't find any, you'd smoke that. He was just old, but still, it's just the timing of it. Like JD Vance goes, visits him, slips him a poison cigarette, and next thing you know, the Pope's dead. Allegedly. Bro, Danny, as far as that goes, I hold no animosity against anybody in that chat. I don't hold animosity against any of the callers. I don't, I don't even hate ABL. I think he's got a pretty clean message, and I'm going to say 95% of the time he's on point. There's just certain things that he says that I'm sorry, I can't look past them. Like, that's just me, though. And like I had stated before when I said I wasn't going to watch them anymore, watch them all you want. Like, I'm not telling you to unsubscribe from them or unsub from them or any of this stuff, or don't call into the show. None of that. You're not going to hear me say, he's a piece of shit as a human being, and I want nothing, like, now he's diddling kids or something. Yeah, you're going to hear me say that. He didn't do anything that far, but it's just his point of view just happens to be like one of the most bitch things I've ever heard. And I can't, I'm sorry. Like, me is, from my perspective, I can't fuck with that. I can't roll with that. It's just not good. Yeah, Danny, I mean, if you don't send a hit out on you, well, I mean, David, like, he's my trigger man for England. You know that, allegedly. Like, he knows all the dirt on everybody. But no, I mean, that's just it. Like, I'm not saying don't support ABL. If you enjoy him and you enjoy his content and everything else, and you enjoy like his commentary, his videos, whatever, support him however you want. That's not my call. That's yours. I'm just saying it's all for me personally. Like, I'll drop in, I'll say hi to all you guys, give Sheree her flowers, clock out, and come back and listen to like Ivan's call. If you call in Danny, I'll listen to that. If Alien calls in, I think Alien went for like 20 minutes the other night. Like, he was just going off. Like, he was like, oh, and also, and also, I was like, damn, maybe I must not have anybody else lined up on the call line because Alien just kept and also, and which was funny to me. So this Pope, as far as I understand it, for Catholics, he was super divisive, super divisive. From everything I understand, like I don't, I'm not Catholic, so it doesn't really affect me. But he had a lot of progressive views. Like he was saying shit like, as a matter of fact, I think it was Megyn Kelly who criticized the Pope or whatever for his stance on illegal immigration, like the day he died. But he was just like, "Oh, these poor people, you need to let them in your country." And it's like she put up some kind of post or whatever, like, tell that to Laken Riley's parents. Tell that to Jocelyn Nungari, I think her name is. Where these people came in and basically killed their daughters or their wives or what have you. Yeah, I know I'm allowed to say woke. I don't know if it was so much woke as it was, like I said, here's the problem with woke, right? When you really break it down, I think woke wasn't bad when it started. I think it was trying to find actual injustice in society, social injustice. So, if there was actual solid racism, it was trying to root it out and get rid of it. The problem is that they took it too fucking far. All of a sudden, everything became a slight. Everything became racism. Like they just kept running with it and driving it harder and harder and made it worse and worse. Like I don't think people, regardless of the color of your skin tone, should be walking around calling people the N word. Like to me, I don't think that's exactly proper or right. I'm sure David would agree with that. You know, treating somebody some way because of the way they look, whatever. Yeah, like you're not going to walk up to a kid that's in the Special Olympics and call him a retard, for example. It's just something wrong with that shit. You know, they can't help that. You'll call your friends a retard for doing something. Oh, look, I just dumped my coffee on the floor while walking, from one room to the next. Oh, well, you retard, clean that up. Hey, like whatever. But people were going overboard with that shit. And that's the problem is that they kept running with it, and they made woke like an evil term where you tell somebody to define woke and they can't even do it. Give me 1 second. Let me see what he's barking at. I'm sure you guys can hear the pup. Yeah, I just fucking dog. Yeah, exactly stranded. Like given an inch, you took a mile, and then it became like, well, you don't understand. Like the kids can, like a 5-year-old can decide they want to be a boy and therefore they're a boy. Like, wait, what are we saying here? Like, all right, you guys have just completely lost the plot and lost your fucking mind. Nah, but we don't. Most of the squirrels got eaten by the outdoor cats. And I've never seen that, Danny. I've never seen that guy. I'm sure he's probably Interesting political commentator. Let's see, Duke. What do you got? I used to know a bunch of neo Nazis, Confederate hammerskins of Texas, helped them go to federal prison in the late 80s in the Dallas, Texas area. It's actually quite a story. Bro, I used to know, a matter of fact, I got in a fight when we were kids. Me, Bubba, and a bunch of the old school guys all got into a brawl with the Atlantic City skinheads. And it's fucked up because they were called the Hammerskins, right? But they helped fight the AC Skins because they didn't like them. He goes, yeah. See, like my whole thing is, look, I think actual trans people don't want that attention or that spotlight put on them either. Like I don't think that's a thing. I think they just want to be left alone, live their normal lives, dress up in women's clothes if they're men, dress up in guys' clothes if they're women, and just be left the fuck alone. They don't want all this extra attention. And anybody that does, like, I think they're the ones that are outside the scope. Because if you look at a lot of that shit, it's always the ones that want the attention that I don't know if they completely believe the ideology they're preaching. I think they're trying to. It's almost like the guy who goes out and buys a brand new Corvette and he has like a 2-inch dick, right? Like he's compensating, is what I'm saying here. He's got to compensate for something. Forever there was one that went to school with us. His name was Jeremiah. He got thrown out. Fuck. I want to say it would have been our sophomore year. He got thrown out. Yeah, okay. See, like Danny, the way Danny's going about it, he doesn't care what denomination you are. He's looking at it as you believe in Christ, you follow his teachings, blah blah blah, right? That's his religion. You're entitled to that. Like that's cool. Catholicism, there is a lot more to it than I'll ever understand. I don't get it. Not my bag of worms. I'm not the most religious man. Um, but I just thought it was weird that, the Pope meets with JD Vance, then dies on Easter. It's like, okay, is JD Vance the Antichrist? Like, what's going on here? Let's start getting some fucking paint on this goddamn thing. I'm slacking. I think I'm going to start off with a darker gray and then we'll fade into a lighter gray. Yeah, he was like honestly though, the skinheads like back then, a lot of them were doing it because they were getting the shit beat out of them by not just, kids of color or whatever, but they were doing it because they didn't fit in with the jocks, they didn't fit in with the cheerleaders, nerds, whatever. And they they legit were just trying to be cool or tough or whatever and have their own little crew that watched out for each other. I honestly, I'm going to say 95% of those guys didn't believe what the fuck was coming out of their mouths because they're stupid fucking kids. And that's not to defend them because it's a fucking pretty nasty, fucking ugly ideology. But I don't think they actually believe what they were saying or preaching. Yeah, see, and that's one of those things. Ray nailed it, right? I have friends that are lesbian, I have friends that are gay, and I have friends that are bisexual. And none of them really, they look at trans people almost like they're an abomination. They look at it like I guess I mean I hate to put it this way, but how most straight people look at gay people, like I don't understand. Like I don't fucking get it. That's just weird. I will tell you. I will go into this one thing though. Well, actually, I got a bunch of things. Look, guys, what I did was the smart thing this week. I actually wrote down notes of what I saw throughout the week, so this way I could talk about it. Matter of fact, I can scratch some of this shit off, like Tim Pool at the White House, ABL, the whole thing on him. How he should have shut down Ivan. I can scratch that off because we've covered it, right? But here's some of the other shit. Here's one from last week we all missed, right? When I said, is there any other news? And we were all like, I don't know, derp, right? Fucking the crazy asshole that was pro, the free Palestine crowd who went and burned down the fucking governor's mansion in Pennsylvania with Shapiro. Like, what the fuck? How did we miss that story? Like, I forgot all about that shit. I, I, I know one person that has a, well, I don't know if you want to call it a son now or a daughter, and I'm respectful of it, but he came out a little while ago and announced that his daughter decided she was a guy and she was trans, and he supported her. Like at first he's like, I didn't get it. I still don't really get it, but it's still a sweet, loving kid, and I support him, blah, blah, blah. And just kind of gave in. My point was, and I didn't say this to him. I guess I was too much of a bitch to say this to him. But legitimately, I'm like, yo, you're the parent. You lay down. Look, that's fine. You may feel that way. Let's figure out if you feel that way at 18 years old, right? Like you're legitimately like a kid, like 10-year-old or whatever, is telling him, I'm a boy and shit like this, and I want to change my name to this and be recognized as that. And you know, I was like, I get it. You want to support your kid, but at the same point in time, be a parent and have that conversation. Why do you feel this way? Like go through it. And he didn't. He just kind of accepted shit. I can't get behind that approach. So I know one person with like a trans kid, I guess, but I don't know. I don't know that they're having surgeries and operations and all that. I think it's more like almost like a phase, like eventually that shit's going to wear off when it's no longer popular. You're a cocklooker, is what you are, Duke Raoul. You cocklooker. But yeah, hey, look, somebody feels they're born, they have that actual body dysmorphia and all that. I feel bad for them and all that. Am I going to bend my entire viewpoint to make them feel better about themselves and playing into a delusion? Nah, that's definitely not a GAM thing right there. That's, if anything, I feel pity for them. And I don't know if that's worse or better, but having pity for somebody, and I can appreciate, hey, that must be a real fucking struggle for you, but you got some issues you need to work through. Like, issues the same way National Geographic had issues. Yeah, well, that's just it. So, just because somebody transitions from male to female, female to male, whatever, the suicide rate it remains the same. So that tells me right there that you have a bigger issue than just, hey, I feel I was born in the wrong body. That's kind of telling, and that's my opinion on it. But if it were just like, oh, okay, well, I had the surgery now, I chop off pee pee, choppy pee pee, and all of a sudden, you're happy and everything's good. Good on you. Like, okay, maybe something that really was the problem. But if you still go and off yourself after that, then it wasn't really the major problem. You had other problems that you didn't address, and maybe get to the bottom of them first or accept it. Find acceptance of yourself and your situation. But when the suicide rate would have dropped if that were the case, because there's been plenty of fucking bottom surgeries done. There's definitely been a lot of transition surgeries. They have the chemical castration and all this, and then the worst ones are, I think, the most heartbreaking stories are when you hear people that are like, I got on hormone blockers, this, that, and the other thing, and they told me that it was just temporary. And then that shit turns out that because you skip puberty, everything's thrown off for the rest of your life. And then they want to detransition. They realize, no, I was wrong. I was just going through a phase, and then try to detransition, and they're stuck. They're fucked up for the rest of their lives. Those are the heartbreaking stories to me. I didn't figure you deleted them. Yes, I agree. It would be a completely different story. Like I'd have a whole different point of view if it was like, oh yeah, 99% of people that transition lead a happy, normal, balanced life and everything's great. But that's the problem, is that that's not the case. It just simply is not what actually is happening. They're transitioning and deleting, or try to detransition later and realize, hey, I can't. Like I'm now I've now because I mean, legitimately, it's basically like taking a piece of sausage and then cutting it in half and then splitting it and then hollowing it out and then putting it back inside of a person. And yeah, you can't put that sausage back together after you've done all that. Like, it's pretty much a done deal, you know? Like, you're screwed at that point. Like, you better be goddamn sure. And that's where I say, like, if somebody has the wherewithal to go through all that, I'll call them whatever pronoun you want me to fucking call you, because that took a lot of moxie, in my opinion, to, I was going to say balls, but technically you're having them removed. So I don't think that would be the appropriate terminology, but it would take a lot to tell me, hey, you got to cut off your shit. Like, whoa, hey, now, game over. Like, I'm done here. I'd tap me out right there. At that point, I'm tapped out. Like, game over. And like I said, I mean, I really do feel bad. But that's also I think one of the best arguments is you have something that's healthy, like an arm, and a kid comes to you and says, my arm doesn't feel like it's my arm. Do you have surgery to have that arm removed? Like, what are we doing? I always thought that was like probably one of the best arguments for everything, like when it comes to that. Instead of treating like, well, let's find out why your arm doesn't feel like it is actually your arm. What part of the brain is affected, or what part of your psyche is affected. But they did, I guess, it doesn't work that way. I don't know. Like I said, I've never even thought about transitioning or being gay or anything like this, so I don't know how all that would work. Stranded said, there you go. Used to be a person had to go through several years of therapy and be over 18 before they. Yes. Yes, that's 100% right. You would, because that was, you know, the whole thing is, if you're an actual doctor, your first rule should always be the Hippocratic Oath of first do no harm, right? So you would want to make absolutely goddamn sure you're not harming this person unnecessarily. I mean, look, I feel kind of the same way about cosmetic surgery. Like when I was younger and cosmetic surgery was really, really coming out, and be like, oh, girls are getting nicer boobs, stuff like this. But now I look at it and it's like you took a set of boobs and kind of ruined them in a lot of cases. Like they look fake. They have scar tissue under the nipple or, what have you. And honestly, you were kind of fine the way you were, even though they were smaller or what have you. Like, you know, I could see if you have like an actual, I have a cleft in my lip and I'm going to get that shit repaired. I've been like this way since birth and I've always, hated it. And it's always been something that's fucked with me mentally. And I just want to look like I have a standard lip. Okay, I get it. I can understand that. But there's cosmetic surgery that I don't understand. Like there's a wrestler, Charlotte Flair, actually, Ric Flair's daughter. And every time she gets injured or goes away for a little while, she always comes back and has some kind of cosmetic surgery done while she's away from wrestling. And she comes back and you're like, Jesus, she doesn't even look the same. What the fuck? Like it's off-putting. Like very, very, very off-putting. And that's also body dysmorphia in my opinion. That you can't accept who you are. Why are you in timeout, Beans? What'd you say? I'm seeing your comments, but did you say something that like all I saw was some smiley faces? Did something disappear on me? Did she say something interesting, Sheree? I didn't see it if she did. Like I'm also sitting here painting, so I'm like glancing chat here and there. So if I overlook something, Beans, please repeat it. I didn't mean to overlook you. You know, that's a GAM bad because I'm sitting here getting gray on this Batman chest. I'm scrolling. I'm back scrolling. Oh, okay. Here we go. Bina said the brain is an organ and can get sick too. Mental health is no different or less important than your physical health. Yeah, that's correct. You're 100% correct on that. What's going on, Steve? How are you, bud? Good to see you, man. But yeah, I mean, you got to but they have my sympathy though because you got something wrong. You're not happy in your life in one way or another. Um it's just like I said, the whole point to kick this off, activism, people going, "Hey, you need to see my friend is this because like that kind of shit is kind of where everything started going wrong and to a point where everybody's like, "All right, I'm sick of getting preached at." I hate to say this too. Actually, this is a funny story. Because I had shown the knife last week and all that. The bar I worked in, I'll never forget my boss one time. There was a customer he was arguing with, and my boss is kind of apologizing to him at first. Like, sorry, didn't like your meal. Let me get you something different. Blah 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 blah. And the guy said, now I want the check free and all this kind of like just started going in about how he wanted his second meal and to eat free and all this. And my boss told him to go fuck his mother. Like legitimately told him, hey, you know what? You can go fuck your mother. I was willing to do this. Just get the fuck out of my joint. Right? This is exactly what he said to him. Go fuck your mother. Get the fuck out of my joint. Guy got all upset, left or whatever. And he said to me, my boss looked me in the eye. I said, boss, man, like you can't tell every customer to go fuck their mother. He's like, yeah, he goes, let me tell you something. I'm going to tell you a little secret to life, kid. So what's that? And he's like, so every now and again, you got to kiss somebody's ass. It's just the way things are. But if you kiss somebody's ass and they turn around and say, all right, now kiss my dick, you tell them to go fuck their mother. That's the way things work in this life. The skin is an organ, and he posted a fucking eggplant. Yeah, make sure you guys are set to live chat. That's another big one. First, they came for David. I don't even know who that is, Steve. I mean, they've come for a lot of people, and I wasn't doing a show, so I couldn't really say all that much. Or if I did, like, it's falling on deaf ears. I mean, they came for a lot of people. They came for what's his name, Vic Manana or whatever, the guy who voices Goku on anime. I didn't even know who the fucking guy was until that point, and I was like, oh shit, that was all Me Too, though. I think that was more of a Me Too case, if I remember correctly. Actually, to tell you the truth, that's when I started listening to The Amazing Lucas of all people. Was because he was covering that and he was defending him, saying, "Yeah, I don't think he did anything." That was back when Amazing Lucas actually made some decent content. He went the way of the dodo. Now everything's kind of race baity. Yeah, I don't know who David Icke is. I mean, that's just it. I don't think any voice should really be silenced. You know, now if you're yelling about like I think it should fall in line with our American Constitution, I'll be honest with you. Like if you're calling for violence against people, stuff like that, okay, maybe we need to shut you down. But having a discussion and a conversation is not violence, in my opinion. That's having a discussion, a disagreement, an argument, whatever. See, I am liking this shade of gray. I think this might be the actual paint used for his body. Well, for everything. I was going to layer it up, but I don't even think I need to. It's coming out and pulling layers on its own. Actually, a very nice slate gray. Actually, what color is this shit? Classic French gray. Retro, what's going on, dude? Saw you last night, ABL chat. You were like, "Yeah, I got something for you, Gam." You said I'd like it or what have you. I was hoping you'd drop in. You know, I understand Thursdays people get busy. Everybody gets busy. I'm shocked that fucking Sheree makes every goddamn show. Actually, Stranded too, because I know Stranded was moving or whatever. So even then, she kind of just dropped in, said hello, and bounced out. But I'm impressed. Yeah, I don't believe in demonetization either. I don't believe in silencing somebody. Now, if you're, let's say, you're like a pedo and you're sharing naughty pics of children, I do believe you should go to jail for that shit. But that's because I always say I don't hate anybody, but that's a lie. I hate fucking pedos. And if someone gets well, apparently, if you punch somebody in the face, it's all right to shoot them too. In certain people's opinions, yeah. Really, from an image, it does a full 3D model. God damn it. David said something. David Mon said something, and it's not showing up either. Let me see what David said. David said, "You silenced me when I wanted to colonize the J4 island, you fuck." Yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah, J4. That was a whole different story. JL wood chipper. Yeah, wood chipper. Um, I mean, I'm sure there might be some that face redemption, but honestly, I would leave it up to the victim and their family to decide if they can be redeemed or not, depending on the scars on the victim. Chat's acting weird. Well, I mean, some of the f bombs and stuff like that going up in chat. I think that's just YouTube's algorithm fucking with things. Yeah, and you're not wrong. The cool kids do know where to go on Thursdays. I mean, I do think it's funny. Um, it's sprung into its own goddamn thing. Yeah, I mean, if you know that program, are you in the Discord retro? Yeah, one of the most sane Canadians I've ever met. Retro. Yeah, it could be that. You're not wrong being it. It could be from all the cussing I'm doing or allowing. Sheree, can you give him a link to the Discord? Sheree was already on it. I didn't even have to fucking ask. Like it just popped. Bam. There you go. Shout out to the greatest mods on these internets. And that's why I call her that. I didn't even have to say, "Hey, can you?" Like, I by the time I was done my sentence, I had already watched it come up in the chat on the screen. But yeah, retro. If you go into that Discord, that's my Discord. You can pop the link up. I'll fucking absolutely use that shit. Um, maybe I can finally. I've told my one friend since I started 3D printing that I was going to take a picture of his face and then 3D print it on a dildo so he can go fuck himself. So that would be very helpful in that endeavor. Yeah, Duke's in there now. I just saw that shit pop up on my tablet. Yes, please drop the link in the Discord. It's just the easiest way of doing it. Fucking Stranded's probably over there dying. But yeah, it's the God honest truth. The first time I got a 3D printer was a DaVinci 1 1.0 PLA 3D printer. And like I was playing with my best friend and my other best friend, Puerto Rican dude. We all call him Chico or whatever. And or me and Bagum D call him Chico. And like he's like, "Oh, what are you going to 3D print with that thing?" Like, and he said something stupid. And I was just like, "You know what I'm going to 3D print? I'm going to 3D print a dildo with your face on it so you can go fuck yourself." And like my buddy was dead laughing when I said it to him. And I swear to God, one day I will 3D print that dildo with his face on it so he can go and mail it to him so he can go fuck himself. I farted, then left. Well, now that's a question I have for you, Mister. You started you Beans and a couple others started the unofficial ABL Discord. Is there actually an official ABL Discord? Because I heard him mentioning Discord, um, maybe like 4 shows ago. He's like, "We got a Discord, right?" Is that what he was talking about? Is your Discord, or did he set up his own Discord? Go fuck yourself. The best thing is to say what makes you think I haven't tried. Well, all right. Here you go. Here's a question for you then. If that's the case, like that's actually pretty good. But like, I've said this. Like somebody was saying to me, if I could suck my own dick, I wouldn't leave the house or whatever, right? Somebody had said that one time. And I was like, if you could suck your own dick, you'd still be gay. Like at that point, that would just make you gay because you're still sucking a dick. And like everybody was ripping that dude's balls for a minute. But it's the fucking truth when you really break that shit down. You're still sucking a dick. Maybe your own, but you know, hey. Wait, who's from Ireland? Take the two bottom ribs. What's up, Mall68? How are you? And from Long Island. Is that the old lady that calls in and always talks about how she needs to move out of New York but never does? I don't remember that one. Weed and Coke guy. He's like more straight and narrow now. It's kind of interesting. Like I think he quit getting all fucked up or something. Like he was like working man last I heard. I thought he had a kid on the way too. But then you had oh god, my favorite. It's let's play a Joe Biden clip real quick and then we'll get into the actual call and I'll tell you all about how somebody complimented me on my MAGA t-shirt or punched me in the mouth for my MAGA hat at the local bingo hall. Like you had Craig from Wild and Wacky Atlanta. That was suit and tie guy. McRib flavored shampoo. Holy shit, man. Talk about something that doesn't need to be invented. Well, that was one of the other things I wanted to touch on, though, was food. So apparently, RFK has been talking to all the food manufacturers, and they will be taking some of the dyes out of our food. Now, what's fucked up is, and I don't know how true this is, but apparently, red dye 40, which is in quite a bit of things, is made with petroleum. Like, what the fuck? Like, it's actually made with fucking petroleum. I was like, wait, what? What do you mean it's made with petroleum? Well, that's awesome. This is in Mull from ABL chat. Very nice to be, see you in here. Welcome, welcome. Feel free to talk whatever shit you would like to talk. Language is allowed. Racial slurs are not. Outside of that, you're allowed to and more entitled to your opinion on anything in any which way you fucking see it. Um, you know, that's fine. We don't we do judge here and we judge pretty harshly, but we're pretty fair about it too. Six in the chat. What's going on, six? What, salty cracker end early tonight? I usually don't see you in here. Wait, is it 12:30 yet? Fuck. Did I go that long? Define a racial slur. You know what the racial slurs are, mister. You that would be naughty. Naughty. Other thing is make sure everybody gives shout out to Sheree. Give her flowers. She best goddamn mod on these internets anytime, anywhere, any place. Depends. Are you talking about a naughty slang term for an Asian person, or are you talking about something you ski on, mister? Thank you, Retro. I appreciate that. I definitely got to check it out because I had seen one where you could. I saw an AI where you could type in, a description of something, and then it would build a model from it, and that did not work at all. Like it came out all goofy. But if it's one where you got to actually upload a photo and you want it to go by, define off of photo, then that might be better. That might actually work. That might actually come out decent. Yeah. And there we go. Bina giving Sheree the flowers. She deserves them. She works like Sheree. It works a very thankless job doing moderation for two channels. So the least I can do is make sure I thank her at any given time. And she's Johnny on the spot when it comes to those two channels too. I don't think I've seen her miss it all, to be honest with you. Actually, to tell you the truth, this paint with it's an older paint, has a little separation to it, and it's gliding on smooth as glass compared to most times I'm doing this shit. Like it's really coating well. I'm shocked. Normally this is like a 3-time over process and it's just glossing on there. Really? All right, I definitely got to try it. If you can pull off stuff like that with fur and hair and everything. Wait, Quick Draw McGraw, the horse from the cartoon Boom Shalock Lock Boom. I'm the only person who's not a mod on Aliens channel, I think. Yeah, and you're not wrong, Steve. Like somebody going after Sheree, that's like a death sentence on the internet, I think. Because like everybody in every chat, regardless if they agree with each other or not, will go the hell off on them. She's just she's good people. She's invaluable people is the way I would put it. Invaluable. She goes beyond the scope of good. Even when I say stupid shit, like I said, kind of corrects me. She'll be the first one to say, "Gam, like you might have gone a little outside left field." Just saying. I'll be like, "Okay, thank you." But I need those people that kick my ass in the line. Yeah, Alien's got a YouTube channel where he plays. As a matter of fact, shout out. What the hell was that? Did you guys just hear that? That computer noise that just scared the ever loving tits off me. Yeah, I still got my hand out there, so it's looking like my camera didn't disconnect, and my microphone looks like it's still going. Yeah, it might be Discord beeping. Yeah, boom shalock lock boom. That's a classic, dude. Breaker, here come the gaper. Oh God. Yeah, I guess we should get into let me see what else I got written on the little pad. So yeah, Ben Shapiro's mansion and all that. That shit was fucked up but funny at the same time. Because, you're on the left. It was just irony, I guess, that you're on the left and you're okay with all these protests and everything else that are and sometimes it going to the point of anti-Semitic and all right with them going to people's houses and burning them down and shit. But when they burn down the governor's mansion, yeah, I think that might change the story. Like all of a sudden it's, oh my God, these people are fucking crazy. Like we've been telling you that for a while. Like, having a lion in a hotel room, you open the door, you see the lion, you come back out and tell everybody there's a fucking lion in there, you'll get eaten. Or even better, I'll use a better analogy. It's Monty Python with the fucking rabbit, right? And the protesters are the rabbit. Wait, is it behind the rabbit? Where is this monster you speak of? It's really mean with a mean streak a mile wide and it's got really big teeth. And then, like they go over and fucking the rabbit starts to like takes the dude's head off and starts attacking all of them. They're run away, run away. That's pretty much where the Democrats are starting to fall with these protests. With really big teeth and a mean streak a mile wide. Yeah, and that's just it, Steve. That happened last week, right? And I said, "Is there any other news?" All of us forgot about that shit. Forgot that even ever happened. Like, I completely forgot about it because news really does move too fast nowadays. They have to jump from one thing to another because, and what I've noticed is, especially on the left side, like you're watching the MSNBC, some shit like this, they'll try and attack on Trump. The attack either gets thwarted immediately, fails, or something else happens, right? Any which way you look at it, the attack doesn't land on Trump. Just like it's almost like a boxer, like a glancing jab, it just bounces off him, doesn't really even stop him, hurt him, nothing. So they got to jump to the next fucking thing. It's fucking crazy. It is. I mean, so yeah, we kind of covered the Pope dying on Easter. Is it a sign of the apocalypse? And then this one, I wrote down, well, we talked about RFK banning food dyes. War with Iran was avoided by the current administration. Has anybody heard about this story? Has anybody looked into this? Anything like that? What you got for me, Beans? It should be a podcast. What do you mean it should be a podcast, Beans? Like you think I should put it up on Spotify as well as like YouTube or whatever? Just no video? If it bleeds, it leads. Yes. That is absolutely the saying I've heard my entire fucking life. Right. So people heard a blip about it. So I, I honestly, I could barely find news on this story, but it was actually, I want to say the New York Times that had put this story out. Israel was setting up a big ass strike on Iran. Like they were talking about like going in there and bombing the shit out of Iran and starting a whole war. So now you've decimated Gaza basically. And like I said, I got no dog in the fight. Israel Gaza or Israel Hamas, all that shit with the Gaza Strip. I think that's not my thing. It's not America. You're not bombing my neighborhood, and it is what it is, right? I do think Israel's kind of gotten their pound of flesh, so to speak, considering they decimated everything for their hostages taken. But that's beyond my scope, beyond me. You can feel one way or the other. My big wrap up on that was when I asked the two people that are super religious in the chat when that shit first started, like, what are they fighting over anyway, religiously, like their ideologies and stuff. And basically, the way it was explained to me that, this religion thinks this person's the prince, that was promised. I was like, wait, so this is the plot of Game of Thrones. Yeah, I was done at that point. I'm checked out on it. But Israel had planned to hit Iran because they're getting close. I think they have 60% enrichment on their uranium, was the last report. So they were planning a bombing campaign to blow up their centrifuges, basically their supplies of uranium. Um, all that kind of shit. Yes, Muhammad is Jon Snow. Exactly. Kick 'em when they're up, kick 'em when they're down. Dirty Laundry. Yeah. Great song. Yeah, you know nothing, Jon Snow. But yeah, so basically they're looking for Jon Snow, right? But anyway, Israel planned on doing a big ass bombing of Iran, and Trump, and the only reason they were going forward with it was because they had the backing of Trump, and Trump backed off of it. The reason Trump backed off of it, okay, was because he took the question to his advisors, and they said, no, we don't want to get entangled in another war. You're an anti-war president. Stay the fuck out of the, getting us into another endless war with Iran. We don't need that right now. Who were the people that he consulted? Can you guys guess? Yeah, definitely hit the like, guys, if you can. Um, but can you guys guess which advisors told him, hey, don't start this war? So in his administration, the people he talked to all said, don't get in a war and all this. And it prevented us from getting into a war with Iran because he listened to his advisors. Now, Israel 110% wanted to go hammer fucking Iran. But Trump's advisors talked them out of it, out of backing them. It wasn't Bondi. There was 4 people, and one of them was outside the administration that he had a conversation with that said, yeah, no, don't do this. You're going to get us into another forever war if you do. Yeah, you're not wrong. That's just it. Yeah, originally, it was called Operation Iraqi Liberation, or OIL for short. Nope, not Jared Kushner. Definitely wasn't Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro's like, oh, you're talking about going in? Let's go in there and nuke them. I'll show you where you need to nuke. This is where the children are. That fucking Daily Wire pisses me off so bad. That motherfucker is the biggest monger I've ever seen. That little fucking piece of shit. He's so big on war, Ben Shapiro, he needs to go pick up a rifle and get his ass over there and start shooting, because that's all he wants. That's all he wants is more war, I swear to God. And I think that goes back to, if it bleeds, it leads. That would have been awesome if it was Tim Pool, but no, it wasn't Tim Pool. Like, Mr. President, you can't go bombing people because then I'd lose my beanie. Nope, it wasn't Big Mike Obama. No, Ben couldn't get his hands dirty. That's just it. He talks all that shit, but legitimately, you said, here's a Hamas guy who killed 3 Israeli children on October 7th and put him in front of him. Here's a gun. And Ben Shapiro would be like, I can't pull the trigger. It'd make a loud noise. Was not Cash. All right. So the 4 names of the people that talked Trump out of it: J.D. Vance, so his VP. He apparently talked him out of it. Pete Hegseth said, Mr. President, this is a forever war. You're going to get us into a forever war. The last one that was in his administration that talked him out of it, apparently, Tulsi Gabbard. Yep. You got it, Immol. It's Tulsi. Tulsi was one. J.D. Vance is another. Pete Hegseth. And then the last one that he actually, apparently, the rumor is he called and talked to him directly, but was talking about it on his podcast. Did he actually get fired? I had not heard Pete Hegseth got fired. I have not heard that. I mean, I don't know if that's true, if it's not true, but I have not personally seen that he got fired for Signalgate 2.0. Not Musk. No. Yeah, see, you can't trust shit, all that shit on Twitter unless it's the actual, like, if Pete Hegseth said it on Twitter, then you'd know it's true. But if just random people are saying it, unless it's somebody who's like right there, like Carolyn Levitt, or I think that's the press secretary's name, or Donald Trump himself, Pete's a good guy, but I couldn't let the signal gate. Then you can kind of believe it. Even then, Trump would do it on Truth Social. Not Don Lemon. It's an obvious name that nobody's like. It's right wing. Yeah, it would have been awesome if it was Stormy Daniels, although that would have been a whole nother lawsuit, I think. Stormy Daniels is definitely not the Marilyn Monroe to Trump like Marilyn Monroe was to JFK. Heard on X. Yeah, see, like, and yeah, I thought he defended him today, like he said he has no plans on firing him. Now, that doesn't mean he can't step down. Like, Mr. President, I'm embarrassing the administration. I'm stepping down because obviously I can't stop leaking shit. But I don't know. Like, he's actually, for some reason, Pete Hegseth is like the easiest one out of all of them to attack. I don't understand, but I guess that's because he's drunk and likes to have sex with women that aren't his wife. That's just my take on that matter. Wasn't Dave Smith. Definitely wasn't Douglas Murray, which, I'll get to that in a little bit here. Danny's got it. It's Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson did a podcast not long ago where he was talking to somebody, and I want to say it was the whistleblower, the guy who's been accused of being a leaker that got let go from the Pentagon. And Tucker Carlson said, yeah, they've been talking about us going into a war with Iran, and it would be a forever war and a huge mistake, and this, that, and the other thing. And apparently, yeah, he was the last one. So those are the four names that spoke out against it. That Trump actually took the advice from, not to go to war and strike Iran or approve the Israelis striking Iran, which Israel needs to. That goes back to something else that's happened that I actually do. Do I have it written down? I do have it written down. Glenn Beck. Um, so one of the big things is this that's happened recently over in Israel. Apparently, there are people in the Israeli government that one guy stepped down just completely, like, I'm fucking done with this shit. And there was actually protests in the street against Netanyahu from Israeli citizens. There were 6 hostages. The IDF located them. As they got close to freeing them, they were executed. And everybody, like, I don't know, because I'm not an Israeli, but apparently Israeli citizens are furious and blaming Netanyahu for it. And the reason is because they're like, you've kept this war going, and, instead of negotiating shit out, you're still bombing them and all this. And we just want to get our hostages back. And apparently, I think it was one of his advisors It's either one of his advisors or somebody that's in, the War Department or something over in Israel was like, yeah, I'm fucking done because basically Netanyahu it's starting to appear. And like I said, this is just what I've heard on different fucking podcasts and shit like that, different news channels and what have you. But apparently Netanyahu is using all this war and propaganda and everything to keep himself in power. Yes, Tucker Carlson is a deadhead. He followed the dead for a while. Yes, that is 100% accurate. The Jade Department. that Yahoo. It's breaking about an hour ago. Wait, yeah. Retro. Wait, so it broke about an hour ago. Pete Hexeth got let go. Yeah, I was never big on the Grateful Dead. I could understand the party out in the parking lot. Matter of fact, I remember Grateful Dead were still around and touring, and a buddy of mine lived in a trailer park. He actually found a canister, like a big ass canister of medical grade nitrous, and was went to the Dead show and was selling balloons. A long ass time ago. Yeah, Steve. Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, I remember when he told that story. That was great. What the Stranded said something and it didn't appear on my normal little screen. Let me see what she said. I'm not finding anything that has been officially fired. Dems are demanding he resign or be fired. Okay. Okay, so all you're seeing is Peach chief of staff has been let go. So, like I said, let me take a look. I can peer into the let me peer into the magic of the internets and see what the information is. Because I'll tell you which news outlet would probably have that shit right off the rip would be Fox News because they'd be welcoming back to Fox and Friends weekends. Because that's what's going to happen as soon as that post ends. He's going right back to Fox News. Oh, a little black shining through there. Just a little tappy tap. Happy little trees. Selling balloons. Yeah. Shit's crazy. I remember we had, because it was, he had found a big tank and a little tank, and the little tank, my one buddy bought off him, and he had come by my place, and I'm going to say we're about 20. And he hooked up the hose to the tank, had it running to a mask on his face, and then out the other side of the mask, he had it where he would fill the balloons. So he wore the mask while he was filling them, and he passed out with the fucking mask on him. It was hysterical. Who is my favorite Batman? Hands down, Christian Bale. Hands down. I think he pulled off the perfect balance between Bruce Wayne, Batman. Wasn't a big fan of his growly voice. The I'm Batman. Like I wasn't a big fan of that shit. But everything else to do with him, I thought he pulled off the role excellent. I thought he was kind of the closest that we're going to see on screen. I thought Ben Affleck, I had a lot of reservations about him being Batman, but he played the Dark Knight Returns Batman very well in his movie. The old grizzled too old for this shit Batman. Michael Keaton would be right behind Christian Bale, though. I'm going to say is my number two in the '80s movies. I thought he was actually a surprise choice for Batman that worked out incredibly well for whatever reason. Um, I mean, the best Batman of all is honestly Conroy from the animated series, but like you said, live action. Yeah, Bale. When they announced Christian Bale, I was like, all I could remember was American Psycho. I'm like, I could see that being his portrayal of Bruce Wayne, and I was like, I can completely see him just being Batman. Other than that, yeah, Affleck was a complete surprise, and I was like, once they showed him as they're like, oh yeah, we're gonna do the Batman that's from the Dark Knight Returns. So that was a whole. I want to say it was Frank Miller that did that version. But that's where Batman's been retired for years, and he's old and he's beaten. Like he's just an old beat up barrel chested dude, and he comes out of retirement. Yeah, Val Kilmer. Actually, George Clooney was my least favorite of the Batmans from the '80s. Um, Adam West, you got to love Adam West's Batman, but to me, that's the comic book code. Fucking can't show violence on TV, Batman. You know, like he didn't have that grit to him. Val Kilmer, he was an all right Batman. Um, I don't know. I don't think he was well suited to the role, though, in my opinion. I think he was much better in a lot of other things outside of Batman. Like him as Doc Holliday, I think was an inspired choice. I think he pulled that off very, very well. Oh, Nicholson was a decent gangster Joker, right? So the whole problem is with the Joker, you have the comedian, you have the gangster, and then you have chaos, right? Heath Ledger will always be my favorite Joker, and he was a chaos Joker. Jack Nicholson was a gangster Joker. Um, what's his name? River Phoenix, or not River Phoenix? Jesus Christ. Joaquin Phoenix. He was an excellent Arthur Fleck Joker. Like he was the failed comedian Joker. You know what I mean? Yeah, like Kevin Conroy by far is the best Batman. Overall, though, like if you include animated, then Mark Hamill is the best Joker, hands down. You can't beat him. He was funny but sinister at the same time. Like he just pulled it off in spades, and it was just voice acting, very well voice acted. But yeah, in live action, it's definitely Heath Ledger. And yeah, Steve, that movie, I can't remember what the hell the name of the movie is, but wasn't Christopher Lloyd in that movie too? Stranded, you're not wrong. It did. Like the whole thing is when they cast Michael Keaton, the funniest part for me was how Batman should be like 6'1" to 6'3", right? Like in that range, the actor. And Michael Keaton, I think, is only like 5'11". He seems like a shorter dude, right? So him playing Batman, I think the old school Animaniacs, they did a joke once where it was like Batman walked in, he was like 6'4" or whatever, and then he unzips the suit and Michael Keaton walks out of it and he's like a little midget. Yeah, I remember that movie, Steve. I can't remember the name of it for the life of me either. I need a drink. I mean, that's just it. Would you want to be Batman if you could be Batman? Like, which out of all the superheroes, right? We'll go DC first. Well, fuck it. We'll do DC and Marvel. Out of every hero, villain, or what have you, if you could choose one to be personally, who would you be? You'd be Superman, fighting for truth, justice, in the American way, which is interesting choice. I couldn't be Superman. He's too much of a Boy Scout. Duke Raoul with probably one of the most inspired superhero choices. He would be powdered toast man. Quickly, cling tenaciously to my buttocks. Good Lord, I love powdered toast man. Matter of fact, when he rescues the Pope and the one episode they did with him where it was centered on Powdered Toast Man, the Pope was played by Frank Zappa, or voiced by Frank Zappa. Um, no. So that's where you got it wrong. It's not just about their money forever. The whole thing is that Tony Stark is a genius, right? He's brilliant, a genius, learns to solve all kinds of problems using technology. Batman is an apex human. He's trained himself in everything to mastery. He is the apex of humanity. Bob Canamede, a little bit of money. My boy will forever be Wolverine. I'd always probably be like a Gambit, I think, when I was younger. Juggernaut, aka Absolute Geezer. Yeah, he kind of is old as shit. I'm the Juggernaut, bitch. Mister would be Thor. Well, that's just it. If you can invent technology and brilliance like that, I honestly think forever that the money would come too, because then you would just learn how to manipulate the stock market or what have you to get what you need. Get a full ride scholarship to MIT or whatever, and then go from there. I love that take, Stranded. My take on Lex Luthor has always been that, because it's like, why does he hate Superman so much? Why does Lex Luthor, honest question, chat, why do you guys think Lex Luthor hates Superman so much? And I'll tell you my take on him. Now, according to the comics, it's because Superboy in Smallville knew Lex Luthor and created this potion, right? And it was Superboy's fault because something went wrong with the potion and it exploded and made all Lex's hair fall out, and that's why he hates Superman. But that's some old bullshit in the comics, right? My actual take on Lex Luthor is a lot different. Why he hates Superman so much. because he's gay for him. That's a possibility, Duke. It's definitely a possibility, but I don't think so. All people hate people with hair. Some cases, yeah. Some cases, no. Because Superman's a class traitor. That's possible. Definitely a possibility. So the whole thing with Lex Luthor is this. This is just my opinion. What I really think the reason why he hates Superman so much. Stranded said it. He's an alien, right? That came to this planet and all that, and he feels like he's protecting humanity from it. Homelander is better. Um, I think the reason Lex Luthor hates Superman so much is because if you look at everything, the money, the wealth, the power, as far as humanity goes, Lex Luthor sits on top that food chain. Every like place he goes, he's always at the top of the tallest building looking down on everything because he looks down on everybody because he's smarter than them, he's richer than them, he's more powerful than them, he's stronger than them in all these different ways. The only person that he has to look up to, that he has to look up to see them, is Superman. Superman is the only one that's more powerful than him. So he hates the fact that he's got to look up to somebody. Yeah, rip Gene Hackman. Yeah, it's because he has to look up to Superman. And I think that's why Lex hates him so much, is because no matter what he does, he's always got to look up to Superman. Um, like Joker with Batman, that's just one is order, one is chaos. That's pretty much their dynamic. One needs the other one to exist, basically. Like, not gonna lie, a little bit. I feel that um I feel that it's legitimately like Tao Te Ching. What is a good man, but a bad man's teacher? What is a bad man but a good man's job? I think that's Batman and the Joker's relationship. They're dynamic. Yeah, exactly, mister. Like he has to look up to him. Like he always has to look up. He's the only one above him. Superman does not have indestructible hair. He has to shave with it's just very damage resistant, but he shaves using his heat vision. Yes, exactly, Stranded. Like they define each other and they created each other kind of. Well, it depends because the reality is in the comics, Joker doesn't kill Batman's parents, right? In the comics, a guy named Joe Chill does. But yeah, I think if it was a hero, I would be Gambit more than likely. And if I was a villain, I would be Doctor Doom. 110% be Doctor Doom. Superman would be a villain if he was bald. Possibility. Definitely a possibility. All right. So, got the grays out of the way. What are you, Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, Duke? God damn it, man. I wish I had some gummies myself. Actually, I prefer flour over gummies. Completely illegal here, though, so That's a no-go for GAM. Yeah, you considered being a villain because you. Well, I'll tell you what. Forever, I remember back to, like I said, high school, and I remember some of the shit that you used to fuck with back then, and we'd be all in trouble if you were a fucking villain. Jesus Christ, dude. 300 milligrams in gummies. Not good. Yes, exactly, Stranded. He always comes from above. Lex Luthor always has to look up at him. He's got to look up to him because, you know, when you really break it down, the iconography of it is that Superman stands above Lex Luthor. Always. He's always standing above Lex. He's always above him. He's a Boy Scout on top of it. So Lex Luthor has to has to look up at him like, you piece of shit. You can fly on your own. You're impervious to pretty much fucking everything. There's got to be a way to beat you, to knock you down below me. So that's one of those things, right? With Superman, because he is a creation from America, back in back in the day, you know how we used to export like blue jeans and rock and roll, right? One of the other things was Superman comics. So the Superman symbol is recognized around the world. So are Mickey Mouse ears, like like Mickey Mouse as a symbol is recognized around the world, and just like the Red Cross, right? Like everybody knows around the world what the Red Cross is. Everybody pretty much knows what Superman symbol is. Everybody knows what Mickey Mouse is. Like, it's fucked up, but that was part of our culture that used to get exported. And unfortunately, the comics have kind of shit the bed. Now, technically, Bina, Superman is an illegal alien. He's a Kryptonian. He's an illegal alien. He shouldn't be in our country. Trump would deport Superman. That is correct. Or grant him, one of his Trump gold cards for like $1 million or $5 million or whatever. So he'd just automatically become a citizen. They have done, it was called Red Sun, a comic book where instead of Superman's ship, when he's a baby, crash landing in Kansas, it crash lands in Russia. They did a whole comic run on that. It was called Red Sun. He's got like the S over a sickle. It's pretty crazy. Pocket full of kryptonite, huh? Hey, you know what? Shout out to old songs like that. Like, that was Spin Doctors, right? But remember the Crash Test Dummies? They did a song with Superman in there. Um, that's not my favorite song with Superman in it, but they did a song, and they actually mentioned Solomon Grundy in the song. So shout out to them for that, because nobody ever mentioned Solomon Grundy. Solomon Grundy, born on a Monday. Really? And Blues Traveler? Oh, once upon a midnight theory, I woke with something in my head. Couldn't escape that memory. A phone call and what you said. Like a game show contestant with a parting gift. I could not believe my eyes. I haven't heard that in a fucking minute. I'm not sure if there was one with him meeting Red Sun. Because Mr. is Clark Kent. Actually, Mr. is actually Henry Cavill, and we've never told you, Beans. That's why. It's actually Mr. Secret Identity is he's actually Henry Cavill. Yep, Kryptonite by Three Doors Down. Well, that one's it mentions Superman, but it's not. If I go crazy, would you still call me Superman? If I go crazy, would you still call me Superman? Um, actually, my favorite song is by Donovan, Sunshine Superman. Superman and Green Lantern ain't got nothing on me. I can die for your pearls like a fish in the sea. You can just sit there, baby, in your velvet throne. Yeah, I could believe that. I could believe that 110% stranded. And that is awesome, Duke. I don't think I've ever heard that song, Beans. I don't know. I don't even know that band. I probably have maybe I have heard that song, but I don't recognize it. Yeah, well, like I said, the Crash Test Dummies. That's the only one I've ever heard where they mention Solomon Grundy. Yeah, Pocket Full of Kryptonite is also called what Jimmy Olsen Blues, isn't it? My Maserati does 185. I lost my license, now I don't drive. I got me a limo right in the back. I lock the doors in case I'm attacked. Yeah, I think Eminem does have a song about Superman as well. For some reason, that strikes true. For some reason, Superman that hoe by Soldier Boy. The, the only song I know by Soldier Boy is "Yeah Trick Yeah." I think that was about it for Soldier Boy. He's pulling the blue through. Swear to God, sometimes I feel like I should age these paints because that gray went on so smooth. This blue is like splotchy as it's going on. Not getting silky. Yeah. Yeah, Duke. It was Jimmy Olsen Blues Pocket Full of Kryptonite. Actually, no, you know what? It was called Jimmy Olsen Blues, and then the album was called Pocket Full of Kryptonite. I think that's the way it was. I think. Because that's the same thing with that's the same album that has Little Miss Can't Be Wrong on it, right? And it called Pocket Full of Spin Doctor's Pocket Full of Kryptonite, and it had Jimmy Olsen Blues, and then Little Miss Can't Be Wrong. I know them cigarettes gonna make you cough. I hear you. Hope you hear the song and it pissed you off. It probably would be easier if it was on a stand and I wasn't holding the damn thing, considering I shake like Michael J. Fox after the Parkinson's diagnosis. But yeah, yeah, I just go with what I got and how I do it. The whole genre of rock. Honestly, it doesn't piss me off anymore. You know why? Because they don't make it anymore. Because I look back now, like after hearing the shit that is out now, the in charting and everything else, and knowing that rock and roll doesn't really fucking exist anymore. And if it does, it's a very rare one tune here or one tune there. Rock and roll, for the most part, is fucking dead. So I'll take whatever I can get. Oh my God. So, true story. Yeah, you're talking about Chubba Wamba tub thumping, Steve. True story. When I was in my early 20s, my buddy Keith, his parents, they're actually his dad's still filthy rich, but they were staying in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. And they told him, hey, you can come down for a week. We'll put you up. We'll give you an allowance and all this stuff. I want you to come down here and enjoy life while you're still young. And I'm going to say I was about 22 at this time. And my buddy Keith shows up, and I'm like, "Oh, that's awesome! So you're going to Myrtle Beach?" He goes, "No, we're going to Myrtle Beach because I asked my parents. I said, look, I would love to do that and all that, but it's boring to go alone. So I said, can I bring a friend with me?" And he's like, "And out of all my friends, I chose you to go with me." So anyway, we're down in South Carolina. His parents would gave us $100 a day to spend, and put us up in a hotel room next to theirs, overlooking the beach, all that. And we went every night, and there's a bar called TJ Chairman's, and we were drinking at that point in time Killian's Red. We were really drinking Yinling, but Killian's Red at that point in time was more universal. And Killian's Red, for a pitcher of it, was $3. They had $3 pitchers at TJ Chairman's, this one bar. And he and I would go, we'd do the same thing every day. We would go down to this bar, and we found it because it reminded us of the pub that I worked at. We're like, okay. And it turned out it wasn't a tourist spot, it was actually like a locals bar. So we got to know some of the locals playing pool and what have you and drinking. And we would drink till 6 in the morning and then stumble back to our hotel. Well, while we were stumbling back to the hotel, we would sing that song by Chubbawamba, holding each other up basically as we're stumbling the fuck home, because we'd go through that $100 every night in pitchers of beer. And we would sit there, just singing "Pissing the Night Away." To this day, I still have fond memories of this song because of it. One of the cooler parts was one of the locals we met was a maintenance man in the hotel we worked at. So when we'd get back to the hotel or what have you, we'd go pass the fuck out, wake up the next day. It would be like, later at night because we slept through most of the day. And then we would go find this guy. His name was Mike, and he was a maintenance man in the hotel. Be like, yo, Mike working today? Yeah, he's here. Mike, you got two guys here. Well, they would shut down the pool and the jacuzzi at a certain time. Mike would unlock the door and let us in and let us. So we basically just had our own jacuzzi, chilling, fucking hammered. Fucking go back to the bar and do it all over again. We did that for like a week. Fun as shit. Crazy, crazy, crazy time in my life. But I always said I would settle in South Carolina, and as an adult, I actually ended up in South Carolina. Like the snow dogs. All right, I'll check them out. Blackberry Smoke and Billy Strings. I'll check them out. Yeah, I don't know what happened. I don't know if Killian's Red still even exists anymore. We used to fucking power it because it was cheap beer. They got you, and it wasn't terrible tasting. Like it wasn't complete panther piss like a Coors Light or something. But we would like just pitcher after pitcher of that shit and get wrecked. Shine down monsters. Dear Lord. Yeah, I mean, it's weird. The last band I heard that sounded like a rock and roll band, but then I listened to it and it was too hippie-ish, dippy-ish for me. When I listened to the whole album was Greta Van Fleet. Because they reminded me of like, I'm like, oh shit. Like when I first heard oh god, what the fuck is their one hit? Like major hit. I was like, wait, did they find more Zeppelin recordings that were never released, like unreleased recordings or something? I thought it was Zed or Led Zeppelin. I almost said Zed Leplin, which is a Elvis impersonator cover of Led Zeppelin songs. But yeah, I really thought it. I was like, damn. I was like, that kid sounds so much like Plant when he was young. And then I listened to their album. It wasn't terribly good. Trogdor. Slayer just played at WrestleMania, mister. He played, I want to say it was Damian Priest out to the ring. Like Slayer played Damian Priest out to the ring, I want to say. Oh my God, sea shanties. I hate to say this, but we all used to listen to sea shanties when we were playing this one game called Atlas, like David too, and we would all leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. Sea shanties are like, what should we do with the drunken sailor? What should we do with the drunken sailor? What should we do with the drunken sailor? Early in the morning. Yeah, I mean, modern day sea shanties would be that song Brandy. Brandy, you're a fine girl. Those are modern day sea shanties, but no, like the old school sea shanties. Like anybody who's ever played video games, played Assassin's Creed 4, You can play sea shanties to inspire your men to sail faster or what have you. Yep. What a good wife you would be. Man says Brandy. That song kind of made a comeback with, wasn't it Guardians of the Galaxy 2? They had that song in there. They were singing it and shit. No, nobody, unless you work on like an oil rig. Yeah, it's not like that anymore. That's what I mean. I think, I hate to say it this way, but it's the fucking truth. As a race, the human race, we have lost that sense of exploration and adventure. The only frontier, I mean, outside of going undersea and searching the ocean floor, for the most part, the only other place would be space, the final frontier. These are the voyages of the Starship Enterprise, right? Like that should have been our next exploration. But as a populace in the race, we've kind of failed in our endeavors. That adventurer spirit, there is no more. I'm going out, just me and these three guys, and we're going to go and traipse across this area of the world and look. Now we can look at it all through satellite imagery and Google Maps. Oh no, our race has failed in their endeavors. We hit a certain limit and then we stopped. We fucked up. Because we're still finding something like, I think the other day, funny enough, they finally proved, and I can't remember if it's a gigantic or a colossal. I want to say it's a colossal squid. They finally found one at the bottom of the ocean, like at a super depth. And that was a cryptid animal that they didn't think existed. Like it was just mythical. I know they had found like I want to say it's gigantic squids before and actually gotten them, but they actually got a photograph of the colossal squid, and it's creepy looking. Devin's here. Yeah, now we can ask somebody with a Catholic background. So, Devin, is it a sign of the apocalypse, the Pope dying on Easter? Like, is that like in your? Do you guys have that shit on your bingo card? Like, we got to check this off now. That's one sign of the apocalypse. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, honestly, who uses a PlayStation controller to control a submarine? You know, like I'm just saying. Like there was telltale signs that shit was going to fail, Steve. Like it was a ballsy move. Give him credit for that, but it's the equivalent of allowing me to build a submarine and saying, "Yeah, we're going to take this shit down the Atlantic." It sounds like when you're drunk and something sounds really good. Like I'm going to pull this shit, and then it just completely backfires. So it's not a sign of the apocalypse, Devin. Oh, dear Lord. Bina just fucking like firing shots right on Mister. Bet you do know how to kneel. Kneel before Zod. That's just it. So, like Batman, we know Batman's rogue gallery, right? You know, Joker, Penguin, Scarecrow, Dr. Pig, like all kinds of crazy shit. Superman's rogue gallery. Who do you guys think his like best villain is? Lex Luthor? I mean, he's the most iconic. Like when you say Superman, you think of Lex Luthor, right? What about Brainiac? The Catholic Church turned him away from God, huh? Yeah, I forgot. Like Mister is kind of well, not kind of, but he's atheist, isn't he? Here's a question for you guys. As soon as I find my damn, what the fuck I do with my notebook? Where's my little handheld cheat sheet? I had another story I was going to run past everybody. I just literally had a conversation, it's funny, earlier with my wife about Devin. Because I was explaining the popcorn emoji. I was like, yeah, Devin watches everything, retains everything, and then you can ask her anything. Like, if it's come up on screen in front of her, she remembers it. I've been reading the chat for an hour, huh? Did you at least have some popcorn? I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. Up in here, up in here. What the fuck did I do with my little notebook? I am retarded. Hmm, found it. Did you guys see Jordan Peterson on Rogan? Um, yeah, nice. Duke's got her the popcorns. The popcorn you're eating has been pissed in. Film at 11. I'm not going to lie. I was a little disappointed with Jordan Peterson. Actually, more than a little disappointed, I was kind of pissed at him because he's having this conversation with Rogan and he goes into how he had Douglas Murray and Dave Smith on their debate and everything else. And he tells fucking Joe Rogan, what kind of guardrails do you have in place for people that come on the show and like have misinformation and this, that, and the other thing? Like, well, wait a minute. Why are you telling him he need? Are you basically, is Jordan Peterson telling him you need to censor your guests' opinions before you have them on, or screen them for their opinions before you have them on? Yeah. So it wasn't even just he was shilling for Israel so much as it was more like he was telling Joe Rogan that he needed to censor guests. Like, Wait, what? Like, isn't that the whole fucking reason why you got famous, Jordan Peterson? Because you spoke out against shit and they started censoring you and tried to censor you, but you were speaking out and you were brave for speaking out, and somebody states an opinion you don't like and you want them censored. This is not good, right? Ben Shapiro's doing the same fucking thing. So was Douglas Murray, another one. You advocated all about free speech, but then when people start using that speech freely that you don't like, you want to censor it. So at what point are you different from the other side of the aisle? What makes you different at that point from the people you were speaking out against to begin with? Just because you have power now? Just because, like you're the one that people are listening to? Now, granted, I mean, you could say it's because he works for the Daily Wire now and he's got to support and this, that, and the other thing. But at the same point in time, if that's the case and all you had to do was give him some money to change his opinion on things, like, then what the fuck, man? I sat here earlier giving ABL shit for his take that I think is a bad one, stuff like this. But at least he's honest about his take on shit. If that's honestly how he feels, at least he's an honest person, and I can still, like say like I don't think the guy's like full of shit, but that Jordan Peterson take was like, wait, what? Like it caught me completely the fuck off guard. I'm like, you shouldn't be calling for censorship of anybody. It's whose own fault? Joe Rogan? Joe Rogan's Joe Rogan. He can have whoever the fuck he wants on there. He had oh god, fucking the original War Machine. What the fuck's his name? Yeah, Billy Carson on there too, who's completely full of shit. Yeah, is provable. You can prove him in 5 seconds he's full of shit. But he still had him on there. He's allowed to have his take. So I'm going to use a top coat overall, but the black I'm going to a sequin black on the back. So it's that real shiny black. Gives it almost like a metallic sheen to it. So when it cures, it should look really good. So, like, because this is flat matte black, and granted, this is wet, but you can see a couple of the dry spots. It's got like that shine to it. Carson is full retard, dude. Like he's just completely full of fucking shit. You've never been? Oh my god. You've never been? You can't have an opinion on that. Like, yeah, who the fuck are you? You're allowed to have whatever opinion you want. Hey, Douglas Murray, you ever meet God? No. Well, do you have an opinion on it? You've never been to heaven. Like, what are we saying here? You've never been to hell. Like, yeah, Douglas Murray pissed me off because it was like he did a circular debate. He beat himself. I don't think Dave Smith beat him in that debate. I think Douglas Murray just beat the shit out of himself. But the problem is, I'm watching older clips, and these guys are like all about free speech and don't tell me what I can and can't say. Right up until they're telling somebody else, well, you can't say that because you haven't been. You don't know what you're talking about. You're not an expert on it. I'm not an expert on many things, but I can still have a fucking opinion and talk about it. Yeah, I haven't listened to it, much like Candace Owens. Candace Owens went to the Daily Wire. I didn't listen to fucking things she said for however much time she was there, right? She's not with the Daily Wire anymore. I hear all kinds of shit from Candace Owens now. Jordan Peterson, same thing. The only time I ever hear him is when he's on Joe Rogan. I mean, I could believe it. Damn, David got his rank in Marvel Rivals up to Diamond, guys. Good job, David. Yeah, I mean, look, Twitter is, Mister said it earlier, Facebook, Twitter, all that stuff. If you're going there and you're posting anything outside of funny cat videos and like what's going on in your life, and you're just doing like political talk and shit like that, it's fucking toxic. People, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I think Jordan Peterson overall didn't lose me on this episode of Joe Rogan completely. Where Jordan Peterson started losing me was when he cried over everything. When I think of the young men and the way they're doing this and that, like, stop being a bitch, man up, motherfucker. You're allowed to express, your sorrow for something without crying at the drop of a dime. Like, you better get that estrogen level checked because that shit's like off-putting. Like, I mean, he would cry over everything. Every time I was watching him in an interview, it's like Jordan Peterson breaking down in tears again. It was like he was cutting onions. Like, what the fuck? He's ah! God rest fucking Paul Rubens' soul. That man was fucking epic. I'm sorry, Pee Wee Herman was fucking epic. Paul Rubens was epic. Yeah, but yeah, I forgot all. I almost forgot about that. But he legit said, "What guardrails?" Like the way he was presenting it to Rogan, I was like, "Please, Joe, do not listen to this motherfucker." Like on this shit, just keep having guests on that you think are appropriate to have on your show, that you want to talk to, that you want to have a conversation with, because that's just it. It's a conversation. You can get somebody's opinion. You may, like I said, Billy Carson, dude's completely full of shit. But at least I remember watching him on Rogan, and it was an interesting conversation. That's what makes Joe. That's what brought Joe Rogan to the dance. So don't tell him how to run his format. Otherwise, you would have the biggest podcast in the world, not Joe Rogan. You know, I just like I don't think Joe Rogan's an expert on much outside of MMA. Maybe like tripping on DMT, but at the same point in time, doesn't mean I don't like to hear his conversations and some of the people he has on. Yeah, and you know what, Mister, you're right, but that goes back to something that you said a while ago, Mister, about Tim Pool. It's the same thing. Tim Pool can only last as long as "Hello, fellow kids. I'm here to skateboard with you and stand against the man" for so long before shit gets stale. Like, if you don't have forward progress in one way or another, your message gets old. Too much shit changes in the world in a blink of an eye. But you can definitely see where people that were censored and had no power are now starting to get power, and all of a sudden they're using the same tactic that people used on them when they had no power. And it's, I don't know, to me it's just it's shitty. It's really fucking shitty. Like, how are you going to determine what I want to listen to or what I want to hear? Somebody had brought up earlier in the chat the space flight or whatever with Katy Perry and I don't even know who the fuck else was on it. I don't know if that was faked. I don't know if that was real. I don't know. I mean, there's cases to make for either way. Like it was bullshit. I think it was just advertising to get rich people to cough up money so they can go to outer space for like 5 seconds. Dude, that's awesome, Duke. Yeah, yeah, Evanescence. Was she the 90s or was she the early 2Ks? I mean, making a comeback now in this day and age, I don't know. I mean, one band I never want to hear or go, I'll ever pay for their music, go see them in concert, any of that is the Eagles. They can completely go fuck themselves. Anybody who covers the music, like, I don't get it fucked up. I like their music, right? But anybody that covers their music on YouTube, even just for half a second, you're getting hit with a copyright strike immediately, and they're going after your entire channel and the whole 9 yards. And God forbid, if you're monetized, they will try to take all your loot. They are just complete assholes when it comes to copyright law. They have a team of people that work for them that actually seek out and hunt you down and take your shit off the net. No, well, that was just Don Henley on his own. And you know what's fucked up? Did the Ataris or did Don Henley do Boys of Summer better? That was Joe Walsh. Damn it, mister. Where you been stuck? To Hotel California? Actually, that shit's dry. I think that is a nice black coat right there. I'm definitely enjoying the sheen. It definitely looks like Bat's cape. I really wish I had a color change that was black and blue paint. That would be epic to have it go from, like you look at it one way, it's blue. You look at it from the other side, it's black. But yeah, no such luck. I tried. I looked through my mixes and everything else, and nothing. Nothing that would satisfy like a Snickers. I found a leg. I found a wing. Dude, Billy Bats. Fucking Billy Bats. Go get your fucking shine box. Which volume? Beans. Volume 1, 2, or 3? Yes, exactly, Stranded. They sue everybody. Anybody that uses anything to do with their songs. Yeah, I I may or may not have a stand-up arcade machine that has every Atari 2600 game, 7200 game, and 5200 game ever made on it on one little stick, one little USB stick. I may or may not have that, and it may or may not contain one of the most interesting games I've ever seen called Custard's Last Stand. No, 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 no. For those that don't know what Custer's Last Stand is, and I probably said custard, and I meant Custer. It was an adult game for the 2600 for Atari 2600, and it had an Indian girl with really big boobs who's tied to a post, and you have to dodge arrows and move your guy across with his big old Johnson out, and yeah, do things to her. A Boy and His Blob. That shit was great. Where you fed him the jelly beans and he turned into different stuff. Like what was it? You gave him the vanilla jelly bean. He turned into a Jack. I can't remember what the other flavor, but whatever jelly bean you gave him, he turned into something different. And there was one jelly bean. I want to say it was the licorice one. That if you gave it to him, he like spit it back out. Right. Actually, I think I've covered all the fucking news I saw this week too with that one, the Peterson one. I think that was everything I've seen in the news. It was interesting. I mean, Nancy Mace cussing out a person at a fucking, I want to say she was like at a Rite Aid or something, maybe in a Walgreens. That video was kind of funny. And like, honestly, I'm not going to lie. Actually, the guy, I think, had a reason to be pissed off about it too. Because he just kind of confronted her about town halls. And then Nancy Mace is like, you can go fuck yourself or fuck you, sir, or some shit. And they go back and forth. Yeah, the dude was a jerk, but at the same point in time, you're a congresswoman. Like, have some decorum. You know, it's if I held public office, I don't think I would swear as much as I do. I'll be honest with you, because I do think there is decorum that should be kept. Even though you may feel like telling a constituent to go fuck himself and he's an asshole, kind of keep that to yourself and just be like, yeah, whatever. All right, have a nice day. You know, pull the old Clark Griswold. Yep, thank you, fuck you, bye. Or Jim Cornette, rather. Clark Griswold. What? The government said student loans are due. Fuck you, pay me. Yeah, I mean, it's been a good amount of time since they suspended them. People are going to shit. Well, that's right, because Biden was like, "I'm going to forgive all your student loans," and never did. Man. Oh, that's one before I fucking forget. Well, before I forget, or before I move on, are they going to compound the interest on those loans? Or are they just resuming? Yeah, I didn't think she came out looking good in that. There's the other one. So there's two videos when it came to Nancy Mace, Steve. So you had that one. I didn't think she came out looking good in that one. I actually thought she looked kind of like a jerk in that one. Like, I think she overreacted. Like, and I think it was also performative. That's why she had her phone out recording it. The other one, though, I did you guys see the other video with her? With like the trans woman? Like, and it was actually kind of a passing trans woman, too. Came up to her at the stage at the town hall, and like there's like a potted plant there or something. She comes up, she says something to Nancy Mace, and she's like, I don't like the fact you called, I don't like the fact you called transgender people trannies. And Nancy Mace is like, did that offend you? She's like, yeah. She goes, tranny. And she's like, why would you take offense to that? And the fucking trans woman, like I said, was passing, like looked like it was an actual chick, goes, I think that's out of line. It was like, what the fuck? Yeah, that's what was going on in that video. She was pushing back against Nancy Mace because she said tranny, and then she called her a tranny like three times, and well, he a tranny three times, and yeah, and yeah, Beans. That's how. So student loans, when it comes to the government, that's how they work. You take out a student loan, it's legit. Fuck you, pay me money. They don't care. You can't declare bankruptcy and default on the loan. They will still garnish wages, go out. Even if you declare bankruptcy, you still have to pay back that loan. Like, they don't fuck around with those things. And there's people out there that have gone to college and gotten dog shit ass degrees, where they're never going to make a dime with them. Would have been better off I'm going to a trade school and learning plumbing. At least you always got a job. But instead, I'm going to, my whole thesis was written on if fish can transition from men to women and the effects it has on the environment. Like, yeah, no, we don't have a study group for that or a job that's going to pay you well for that. Yeah, and you're not wrong. Like, so what's real shitty to me, in a way, Sheree, I agree with you. I think that shit is kind of a predatory behavior. I'm not going to lie, a little bit. I really think it is predatory behavior. Like, it's the same way they get kids to get a huge credit card, like, oh, we're going to give you make how much? $10,000 a year. Okay, we're going to give you this credit card and the APR on it is 40%. Is that cool? And the kid doesn't see anything other than, oh, I got 10 grand worth of credit in my pocket. Let me go spend it. Oh shit, I'm never getting out from upside down on this bill. That's predatory. And I think student loans are predatory the same fucking way. Yeah, 340 grand. Honestly, better off going to trade school anyway. And make sure it's something that AI can't do. Because if you can do AI with it, coming real fucking soon, like that's one of those things where Donald Trump's like, yeah, I want us to be the AI capital, where you're going to put a lot of people out of fucking work. Not unless it's actual like manual labor that a machine can't do. Yeah, and you're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. And colleges recruit people. They fucking saddle them up with the bill and then put their thumb directly in their ass. Like, then you're just screwed for the right for a long ass time. Let's see. I think that'll look right. Let me see. Where's his body? Catch it. It doesn't look. Yeah, it looks like a Batman cape. I'm not real happy about the undertone blue, but that's how he looks in the design. Yeah. When you're spending 340K, it's good to know some fucking math. I mean, look, I'm not gonna lie. You take the right profession in college, you're making a good living for the rest of your life. You know, but if you don't choose right, you are going to be in the poorhouse for a good chunk of your adult life, and it's all going to come down to student loan debt. Then there's shit that pisses me off with it, like people like AOC. We want forgiveness on all school loan debt. Like, bitch, you're worth like a 14 million last I looked. What, you couldn't pay off your fucking student loan debt? That I 110% agree with that. Stranded. I think you're right there. That if you're going to take out that loan, but I'm also saying that you got to be careful because some people get conned into that shit. You know, they talk them right into like, hey, sign this piece of paper and basically sign away your soul for an ice cream bar. Oh, my beloved ice cream bar. How I love to lick your creamy filling. And you're oh so nutty. Chocolate covering. They do. They definitely run a racket. That's why, don't go to school for a 4-year degree. Go get your cores knocked out in community college. Go get your math, your English, and all that, and only focus on your major. Make sure your credits transfer and knock out your major on a in a 4-year or a 2-year school or however long it's going to take you to get whatever major you're going for. Like, that's one of those misconceptions is people think that doctors get out of school and it's like, oh well shit, you're a doctor now, you're making all kinds of, it's like, no, they're basically broke for the first 10 years of their existence as a doctor or a lawyer. Hell, some people are broke longer than that as lawyers depending on what kind of law they're practicing. What was gay as fuck? The Ren and Stimpy, the ice cream bar. You've never heard that before? Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to lie, Sheree. The answer to that is trade school. The answer to that is 110% trade school. So I went to my high school was a trade school, right? I went for computer science. One called computer science at the time. It was called uh, data processing of all things. But actually, when I graduated, they had changed it over to computer science because I learned hardware, software, networking, all that stuff, like basic networking. Now, granted, this is years ago too, but the person who ran my computer class, it had the computer, like the whole computer shit, broken up into two parts, right? So half the time you were doing computers, the other half the time you were doing accounting. And the reason why was he said, in case anything ever happens with computers and you can't find a job, you can always find an accounting job. So he would teach you both. Like you would get CPA, like certified public accountant or what have you. But he like that was his whole goal was he's like if you can't find work in one, then you always have work in the other. Yeah, and I mean that's just it. Like I mean you could take all kinds of different. Forever was I don't know what he was in. He went to the same high school, but he went to a trade school too. And the whole purpose of it, like there was an environmental science wing where you could get a job like at the end of when you graduated from high school, you could immediately apply directly to the EPA, for example, and get a job. Now, granted, we're in South Jersey, so applying to the EPA, you're doing a lot of work out in the Pine Barrens where you grew up. No, that was in the computer shop. That's where the accounting vocation was. But the whole thing was that after Mr. Hinchy, my old teacher, died, they switched that shit up because the accounting teacher that came in after him was fucking awful at it and didn't understand accounting at all. I don't even know how she got the fucking job. I'll be honest with you. Yes, and we you were in electronics. Did you have Mr. Tolman your freshman year? Mr. Tolman, I know, passed away too from I think he had cancer. Was what he passed away. He was an interesting dude. Yeah. In Germany, after 10th grade, their trade school, you basically learn how to work these chambers that emit gas. I don't know what they're for, but that and ovens. I don't know what that's all about, but just a German thing, I guess. That was a joke, by the way, guys. Oh, really? You were in environmental sciences as well? Yeah, that was a cool class. Very chill teacher. I can't remember that guy's name for the life of me, though. They think you were killed in action. So that's just it. I can't compare U.S. schools now because I haven't been in school in so many years. Kids went to private school. So, and my daughter graduated when she was 14 and my son when he was 16. So for me, it's hard to picture that fucking shit. Like, picture what high school life must be like now. I mean, we all get the videos of the teachers being completely inept and fucking things up and fucking our kids up. But I'm sure that's not everywhere and all the time. I'm sure there's good teachers out there too. So I don't know where the truth lies. Somewhere in the middle, I guess. Yeah, I could believe that, Bina. That would make sense to me. I mean, when you've got, what was it, something like 60% of fourth graders can't read, like nowadays, or some crazy fucked up number like that, I could completely believe that. Completely believe that. It's going to be get real interesting if Trump does do away with Department of Education too. Like what comes next? How each state like measures out against each other and all that with their education. Like will things improve or will they get worse? It's not even just that. So I always look at, if I want to look at a model for schooling, the way the kids went through schooling. They were raised according to a Japanese model of schooling, which means that they would be educated at home as well as school. They didn't have very many friends. There was no, I mean, granted, now we're also talking about this is a time before cell phones were really a thing and all that shit, and social media had really taken off. They weren't allowed on social media, no phones, none of that shit. It doesn't make you really popular at school, but what it does do is make you focus on your fucking education, which is the whole point of going to school. But, what the fuck do I know? I'm not an educator. If I was, I'd probably be a pretty bad one. Not gonna lie. Be like, oh, you two motherfuckers got beef in the back? Yo, come up in front of the class. All right, get ready to throw hands. All right, on your mark, get set. Count of three. You guys break when I tell you to break. Yeah, I would. I'd be like Mark Harmon in summer school. Exactly. Like, when you're hitting that really crazy wave and it does this? Oh, yeah, man. Yeah, I would be like Mark Harmon in summer school. That's a good call. I would be. I would not be a good teacher. It makes me a chainsaw. Holy shit, I have not seen that movie in so long. I think my favorite part of that movie was probably the dog with the doll head. And he would like the one part where Mark Harmon got real pissed off and like wings the doll head out in the ocean and all that, and the dog's all sad, and at the end of the movie, the doll head comes washing back in. You have a degree in German history, huh? Does it go back to like back when there were savages and Huns, or does it like how far back does that German history go? World War One. Yeah, you know what, Mister? That's right. I forgot about that. And they're like everybody basically gets a C on the test and passed. He goes, except for the one guy. He aced everything. And they're like, who? And like it's that guy that went to the bathroom. Hessians, Gauls. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, definitely some interesting history in Germany. And it's not just all about World War II. I'm hoping I sanded the. I had tested the joints earlier. I just hope it sanded correctly. God damn it. I'm sorry, Stranded. I had to look at the bigger screen to see it. Stranded said, kids now are being taught that trade blue collar jobs are garbage jobs and they have to get a college degree to have a good job. Funny thing is, there's a lot of graduates working in warehouses. You're correct. 110% correct. They tell you that, you know, like I said, the college system, okay, you're going for something specialized, something that is higher level. That's one thing. You're not stupid if you don't go to college, but it also it depends on what you're doing for a living. Like, I mean, you don't go to college to learn to be a master carpenter, for example, but try and do what a master carpenter can do with wood, and you're fucked. I haven't played the remake of Oblivion either. No, I played the original back in the day, the Elder Scrolls Oblivion, but I did see it got remade. Yeah, I got killed. I got thrown out of carpentry. I guess you could say I was naughty. No, no, you're not wrong, Stranded. Like, there was one teacher we had, and they started to teach us, and I can't remember what the fuck. I can't remember. It was English. I can't remember if it was math. It was one. It was something. But they came into one day and they were talking to us because we were all being assholes in the classroom. And they were like, "Look, what can I do to benefit you guys?" And the one kid's like, "Why don't you teach us how to fucking, I got to pay this bill and I don't know how." And the teacher's like, "What do you mean?" And he was explaining that he's like, "Yeah, I got to fill out the check and everything, but I don't. Can you help me with it?" And she goes, You guys don't know how to fill out checks." And I was like, "Yeah, I do." And there was other people that didn't know. And she literally just started teaching us like life skills. Like, she would teach the whole class, like, this is how you look at a credit card balance. This is how you write a check for a bill. Now, granted, I mean, checks are out of style nowadays where you do everything online. But back then, it was like she listened to the kids and gave them actual life skills. Who's Sook? Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong, Stranded. You are not wrong at all. Without blue collar workers, it does all stop. Without the people that do the shit that you don't want to do, that nobody wants to do. The question is, can you live off that loot? That's the big problem. Like, if your goal in life is to be rich and you're doing it blue collar, never going to happen. You know, find the highest high up boss you can and ask them. If your goal in life is to be content, it can happen. But if your goal in life is to be wealthy and rich, it won't happen. Pretty much an impossibility, unfortunately. Dude, that's awesome, mister. I wish my high school actually had like a set class for that. I'm not going to lie. Back in band camp. One time in band camp, you've been hanging out with Devin too much. Some stuff Devin would say. Gloves are all shiny. What's left? His cowl and his symbol and his belt. Actually, Batman came together a lot quicker than I thought he was going to. The fuck? Oh, the face. Forgot about his face. Yeah, I will never leave the United States of America ever, ever. Never, ever, ever. I think leaving the country would be a bad idea for me. And plus, I've never wanted to go anywhere in the world. Actually, that's not true. I do kind of want to visit Japan. If I were to go anywhere, it would be Japan. I've never had a desire to travel outside the U.S. As a kid, as an adult. That makes sense. That absolutely makes sense forever. Stranded. I had that class when I was in fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth grade. We had home ec, and that's what they taught you. They taught you how to cook things, sew things, and do shit like that, like budget stuff like this. And I never fucking paid attention. Never gave it a thought. Just didn't give a fuck. And like legitimately, I've known my wife since kindergarten, and she was in classes like that with me. She can tell you. Like, if I ever put her on the microphone, you were to ask her about it, she would tell you what kind of asshole I was back in the day. Like, one time, Beetlejuice had come out, the movie Beetlejuice, and they had, like, they were going through something in home ec, and I was like, they had this little dollhouse, and I knocked it over. I was like, nice fucking model! Stood up, grabbed my dick, and went, honk, honk. I will not get a passport. I got a real ID, but I will not get a passport. I'm not going anywhere. GAMs do not leave this country. Remember what I was saying about knowing the laws in other countries? Yeah, I don't want to end up in jail somewhere else. I don't think it would be good. I could just see it now. Being like, go visit Danny Voss and David Mon over in England. Go off on some poor soul over there and say some shit out my mouth, and next thing you know, I'm in a jail cell. Japan, I believe, would be safer. I don't think I'd have an issue if I went to Japan. I think I would just tower over a lot of people. But yeah, going to Japan, take a fucking be cool. But honestly, I don't know. I always wanted to go over there and have an actual sword special made for me. Not gonna lie, but that shit's way expensive. Super expensive. Kind of wanted to check out Tokyo, but just like I said, not my bag. I don't like being around people. I'm not gonna lie. Oh yeah, exactly, Beans. That's what I'm saying. You better be careful what you're watching. Tune into an episode of GAM catches up over there, and what happens? Next thing you know, excuse me, are you listening to this man? You must come with us, Fraulein. Sword swallowing time, GAM. Balls deep. Balls deep. Yeah, I mean, when I was younger, I've always wanted to go to Amsterdam. That was only to get really good weed, and now you can kind of find that in the States. I won't even travel to another state to go get it, so what the fuck? Yeah, I mean, and that's true, Stranded. They really do. They're like, and like I said before, people think, well, everything has American laws to it, and it's like, no, they don't. Like, what do you mean? I only pissed on the side of this building because I was hammered. Why am I going to jail? Oh, it's downtown Abbey. Oh shit. Nice, thanks, Duke. I actually had somebody send me a care package one time. They'll remain nameless. They were smart about how they sent it to me. Yeah, I had this conversation one time with somebody else who will go unnamed about care packages and what have you. He's like, "Man, I won't send you shit through the mail. You can drive your ass up here and get it." All you got to do is just disguise that shit, bro. Like, just make sure the bag's sealed. That's all. That's very nice of you, Mister. Like, honestly, that could be a cool trip. But nah. I got no reason to adventure to Amsterdam now that I'm old. All the good times, would be wasted on me. Unfortunately, I'm boring. Wow, forever, really? Yeah, I would never even attempt to swing a sword at a car engine. The hardest thing I got to hit with a sword is bone. If it can cut through bone, I'm good. Yeah, you're not wrong. You can't really surprise somebody. Hey, we got you a passport. Like what? What? How'd you get my vital stats like my SOSAC number and my birth certificate? Yeah, I think my daughter is on like her fourth or fifth passport. She goes all the time down to Panama. Invited the government actually teach kids advanced mathematics and shit. I'd be afraid of the UK countryside because of American Werewolf in London. I don't know. That movie did it for me. Like I won't fuck around and find out over there. I'll tell you that much. All right, let's look at our yellows. I think we need the. Yep. Let's go to yellow, and we will go with school bus yellow. Austria is a great place. I come from there. My father comes from there. It's the greatest place in all the world. Nothing in America even amounts to it. Fucking mister, that is hysterical. That's what I mean. I'd be over in somewhere like Austria and somebody would beat the ever loving shit out of me because I'd be like, this is a great place to come. I hear that it's very nice to visit during the summer. This person online, Bina, told me all about it. It sounds like a place I could come and get my steroids and work out and get very strong. Ich bin ein Ausländer. Yeah, I could believe it. I'm sure there's beautiful country. Ah, damn you, Batman symbol. I knew it was going to take like 3 or 4 jabs. Ah, fuck. What did Stranded say? Shit, Stranded said something. I missed it. Your country's the size of Indiana. Yeah, I mean that is one of those things. You really forget just how big America actually is. It's like, oh yeah, we got one state. It takes 3 days to drive across. Fuck yeah, Texas is fucking amazing. I know I had to go there one time for this managers conference, and it was like the flight in. I'm like, shit, we're still flying over Texas. What the fuck? I am fucking this all up. Thank God I gotta go over it in black next. That thing is hella fucked. Yeah, you know what? Alaska would probably be cool to visit. Definitely would not want to live in that place. I'm not paying like $30 for a box of Cheerios. You lost your damn mind. But it would definitely be neat to like just go and look at the countryside and all that. Utility bill. Oh, wait. Shit, I forgot his pants. Those got to get painted too. Hammer the shit out of this with yellow real quick so it cures fast and then I can get the actual layer on. Yeah, I mean that I'm not gonna lie, that would confuse the fuck out of me. Like I'm in Germany, no wait, I'm in France, no wait, I'm in. I'd just be like, what the fuck? Like, how come everything was in German now it's in French? What? What's going on here? Now it's in English. Dear Lord, that's gonna take a minute to paint. Get these other pieces the fuck out of the way. Actually, that's still got to get painted. Hey, what's going on, Latina? Awesome. Welcome to the party. I swear to God. I do love the damn channel for that reason because people just like show up out of nowhere and it's like, ain't seen you in a minute. How you been? Blah blah blah. And it's like, welcome to the party. I love that. Do I microwave ice cream when I take it out of the freezer? You lost your fucking mind. What? this one's going to take like 4 fucking coats for the yellow to actually cover. Sucks too because this utility belt doesn't fit quite right. If I remember correct, I gotta fucking screw with it. So did I miss anything? Did anything else exciting happen in the news? Did we find out if Pete Hexeth stepped down or it was his chief? Because I'll tell you what, if his chief stepped down, that means they found the leak. Oh, dude, understanding Japanese is or the Japanese mindset's actually pretty fucking easy. You know, there are weird things about the Japanese culture or whatever. We'd consider them weird, but they're pretty It's pretty easy to understand. A lot of their shit is just simply respect. Like, gotta give it to Japan. They are very steeped in their culture, like their traditions and cultures and stuff. It's not hard though. It's not super difficult. I mean, there's certain things we can't understand at all, but then there's other stuff that it's just makes total sense. Okay, it was his chief of staff. That means that was probably who was actually leaking everything because there was war plans that were being leaked, all kinds of shit. And they fired 3 people. One guy said, "Nope, I never leaked anything." He went on Tucker Carlson actually and was like, "Yeah, I didn't leak anything. I've been placed on administrative leave." And it's just like Tom Holman with DHS or what have you, like where he's like, "Yeah, we got a leak." They knew we were coming, and all the illegals ran for it and all that shit. People are going to leak because they're trying to work against the administration and they're getting nailed out. And those people are in a lot of shit because you can't do that. Now, if they serve for a long time, like if his chief of staff was a long running guy there, they might cut him a little leniency depending. It also depends on how sensitive the information he leaked was. But I'm sure they're not all through this peace through strength kind of approach either, and especially when it comes to that shit. Like I can definitely see them being more like, no, we need like a forever war because otherwise we don't get our normal military budgets through. Um, that was something else too. You know how Trump unveiled that new fighter or whatever? They never quite showed exactly what it looked like. It was just like the front landing gear and like kind of you could see the beginning of the cockpit. Apparently that thing actually disappears on radar completely. Which population numbers, Beans? Cockpit, nice. Oh yes. Oh yeah. Of course it is. I could believe that. I could 110% believe that they're shits in decline, Beans. some of their traditions and stuff like that um, would definitely cut their population, is the best way I could put it. You know, over here, that was something else that had come up where Trump's talking about giving people $5,000 if they have a baby. Like, if you have a baby, you're going to get 5,000. I don't think that shit'll work. I think that's actually a really, really bad idea because we're going to end up with a whole bunch of little bastards that nobody wants to take care of, and their parents are only going to do it for the $5,000 and then ditch them, or just have the kid to get that $5,000, and it's not going to work out well. You're going to have a whole mass of unwanted children. And I mean, if Dr. Fauci was still in charge over at NIH, then it probably would work out. But since he's gone, you know, he's got nobody to use these kids for experiments and shit. So I don't think it works. Yeah, like I said, I can 110% believe that means that their population's in decline. It's a shame. Definitely a fucking shame. Yeah, I mean, there's already people that do that, unfortunately, stranded. Pop out a bunch of kids for a monthly check. I think I've told that story. One of the worst things I had ever heard was this one woman who came in and had 4 kids, 4 or 5 kids, and they were tearing apart my store. And this one, I ran a GameStop, and she got the bill for all the games because each kid got a game. And she's talking on her brand new cell phone to her friend. She said, "I'm gonna have to pop another one of these little bastards out just to be able to pay for their video games." And I was like, "What the fuck?" And then she went out and jumped in her brand new Escalade and drove off. I'm like, "Really?" Like, I couldn't believe she said it. Fucking disgusting. And those kids were fucking so ill behaved and like, yeah, you're gonna be slanging something soon, kid, because mommy don't give a fuck what happens to you. Yeah, I mean, not gonna lie, like anime does help, but Japanese women do not look like they do in anime. If anything, they make them look more American in anime. Like they really do, or like what they idol, like what they envision. Like you look at somebody like a Nami or something like that from One Piece, she does not look like any Japanese woman I've ever seen. Yeah, you're not wrong. You are not wrong. I mean, I know American birth rates are lower than normal, but like, I don't know. Is it a case of quality over quantity too? Like, do you want a bunch of kids that have all kinds of fucked up mental problems running around because their parents didn't take care of them or didn't treat them right? Or do you want like the old school apple pie, like, you know, even if you go back to the 80s, do you want the Cosby household? Do you want what kind of household would you want? You know, the Huxtables or what have you? Leave it to Beaver. Like, shit ain't like that. I try to explain this about my one buddy. This fucking asshole believes that all marriage is like a Leave It to Beaver or the Huxtables or something like this, right? And I'm like, no shit, it's more like Married with Children, dude. GM quality product. Jesus Christ. I could believe I could I could actually believe that Africa is bigger than our continent. I could believe it. Oh yeah. You know something? How long are we into? We're 3 hours in, right? Because I'll be able to say this and not even worry about getting thrown off YouTube for it if we're past 3 hours. Apparently, there is a marker with a live where YouTube kind of stops monitoring it, and I believe it's at 3 hours. I think that's what I had heard before. But yeah. So, what are you guys' thoughts on COVID being from a lab confirmed now? No longer a theory. No longer, well, it came from a wet market, but it came from the Wuhan lab. We've all been saying it. We all kind of knew it, but then actually, like the government coming out and saying, "Yeah, that shit came from a lab." What's everybody's thoughts on that? I know my butthole had puckered from all the smoke being blown up it, but I was just curious about you guys. Like, you guys felt some kind of way, like, they should have told us or confirmed this earlier, or I mean, I can't remember who I was watching. I want to say it might have been Dave Smith, but somebody said this and had me dead laughing. They're like, they were saying it's racist to say that shit came from a lab, but it was all right to say that these people are eating bats and fucking penguins and or pangolins and all this kind of other fucked up shit in a wet market. Like, that's all right. Like, that's not racist at all. Yeah, you're not wrong, Bean. That's just it. I mean, I'm sure there's YouTubers that got strikes on their channel, got all fucked up and sideways because they were like, "Yeah, I think this might have come from a lab." There's people who lost their careers over saying that shit came from a lab. I mean, legitimately, some of the conspiracy theories weren't theories, and it actually wasn't really even a conspiracy. It was just them lying to everybody. Really, wasn't a conspiracy of in the sense that I think they unleashed this virus to try and wipe out the population or throw us into concentration camps or some shit, or even to take an experimental drug. What? Mark Dice gave you a strike on your YouTube channel. Why the fuck would Mark Dice fucking do that? Did you make fun of his goofy face? Dude is kind of a fucking goofy looking guy. I mean, I tend not to play other YouTubers shit unless, like, if I ever played something from Alien, I'm sure I'd just go Alien. It's cool if I play this. He'd be like, yeah. But I mean, were you like playing his material and he gave you a strike, or I'm sure some of the like one of my favorites with that shit is Sean Ryan. He's like, I don't care if you want to cut it down and all that. Just please tell people, about my channel. That's a fucking cool way of handling shit. Wow, that's fucked up. Beans is going to go live on TikTok, guys. If I used TikTok Beans, I would watch it. I refuse to have anything to do with TikTok. Anything at all. If you did YouTube, I'd watch it. I'd support. I know. Make sure you check out Sexy Pete on OnlyFans. That's Mister's OnlyFans. Why wouldn't I like your content? I mean, what, would you be talking about Flat Earth or something? I'd still watch it. Dude, that's fucking awesome, Six. You're like, he does have a Cenobite face. Like, oh shit. I've heard of Butterface, but I've never heard of Cenobite face. Now I has. Now I has. That one spot dry before I hit it again. It's fucking pulling paint like crazy. Shit, you guys can't even see it because of the Batman symbol. Let me flip it over to a different Batman real quick. Do this. Oh, Jesus Christ. Is flat girther content? Is that when you drop like a transmission on your penis and then show it off on the internets? That's the flat girther. It's like my hand. It's like this. It's just gnarled with the like lumps and everything. Hold on, like tips all flat. I gotta walk the dog real quick. Must be, yeah, we're at midnight. He held out for 4 hours. Good boy. Let that shit dry for a second anyway. Oh, let's see. What sponsor should we go with today? Oh, you know what? That's gonna fuck everything up if I do that. Let me boom, boom. Before I kill the dog. Actually, you know what? Let's go with this. Bum, 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 bum. Dear Lord, that came through my ears so loud. You guys probably couldn't hear it because I don't have it set. How is it? Shout out to Retro Toys and Cartoons for this commercial. It did blast through to you guys' ears. I wasn't sure. Sorry, guys. Sorry. I dropped the volume considerably on that shit. Let's see. I can actually bring it up just a hair. Hopefully this doesn't blow out your eardrums. Make sure this shit's all set, and I'll be right back. After these messages, I'll be right back.
Only one man is tough enough to stop the evil outlaw Tex Hex. Brave Star. Neutral laser and laser fire figures sold separately.
You're a buster, Tex Hex. My laser fire backpack makes me unstoppable. Your history, Brave Star, never. Think you're tough enough for my neutral laser cannon? Watch this. Ah! What happened? Laser fire.
Neutral laser, laser fire, Brave Star, and Tex Hex. Each sold separately, batteries not included. You from Mattel.
The Neutral Laser, awesome electronic weapon in the battle between Tex Hex and Marshal Bravestar. Bravestar! Now you've got the Neutral Laser and Neutral Laser Target, the weapon that really shoots invisible electronic beams to blast your enemy's target.
Gotcha!
But now Tex Hex attacks. Look, he's on a Neutral Laser target. Can you and Bravestar blast it?
Ah! Awesome!
Join the battle. Blast the outlaws with the Neutral Laser. New from Bravestar. Batteries not included. Toys sold separately. Assembly required.
Outlaw Scuzza's days in Fort Carium jail are numbered. The evil Tex Hex is planning a jailbreak. Now for the bank and all that curium. Bravestar's hawk-like eyes see the danger. Has the evil Tex Hex finally won? Or is Fort Carium safe with Bravestar? Only you know the answer. Neutral Laser, Command Center, bank jail set, and figures each sold separately. Batteries not included. Some assembly required. Bravestar from Mattel.
Now Tex Hex attacks with a new kind of evil.
My Skullwalker will stomp you flat, Brave Star.
Skullwalker 3030 Bravestar and Tex Hex sold separately.
3030 can stand up to your evil Tex Hex. I'll transform Skullwalker and attack from the air. Use your blaster cannon to stop him, 3030. Ah! You're grounded, Tex Hex. I'll get you for this.
Skullwalker and 3030 from the world of Bravestar. Other action figures sold separately. New from Bravestar.
All right. So, how many of you guys had those figures when you were a kid? Hey, Eugene, what's up, man? So, yeah, Bravestar and his loyal steed 3030. When I was a kid, they were actually one of my favorite set of figures. I had Fort Carium, the whole 9 yards. They had they had one guy who threw like discs, and then they had another guy you could fill him up with water and he would like spray out a poison mist. It was supposed to be. Yes. So what the gimmick was with Bravestar, you had an infrared thing on the gun, and you had one that actually fit in your hand, and then there was a base to it, and you pulled the base off, and you could set the figure on top of it, and when you shot it, the infrared would make the base like there was like a little motor in there, and it would go and like throw the figure off of it. So like you could set it up in different places, stand a figure on it, and then shoot the base, like shoot the actual figure off. No, he wasn't called the Squirter. I can't remember what the hell his name was. But yeah, then you had Deputy Fuzz and Deputy, and then Scuzz was like the counterpart, and Scuzz was always smoking a cigarette. But they were like little mole people that were miners. Oh, shit. Damn it. I hit his shoulder with black. I'm going to have to hit him with gray again. But yeah, Marshall Bravestar. Everybody always forgets about Bravestar. It's like Jason the Wheeled Warriors. One of the greatest theme songs in cartoon history, I swear to God. But everybody always forgets about that shit, too. No, not like R. Kelly miners. We're talking about, the kind with pickaxes. Get chased by creepers and stuff. Those kind of miners. We still in this bitch by B.O.B. Haters want to hate, lovers want to love. I don't want none of the above. I want to piss on you. Yes, I do. Pee, pee, pee. Drip, drip, drip. That was one of my favorite R. Kelly songs right there. One spot. Didn't want to hold paint. Sheree's laughing because she remembers that skit. You never heard the remix edition about the song about pissing? Like that song either? Haters want to hate, lovers want to love. I don't want none of the above. I'd want to piss on you. Yes, I do. Pee, pee, pee. Drip, drip, drip. You never heard that song? It reminds me of the Bush administration. Bush administration had a lot of glycerine from what I understand. Like that. Like glycerine. You never let the days go by. Yep, there you go. Eugene's got one. That's an R. Kelly song I think everybody's heard when he redid I Believe I Can Fly on the Space Jam soundtrack. Never gonna get it, never gonna get it. Uh-huh. Never gonna get it, never gonna get it. That's like Bina's theme song. Actually, I thought Bina's theme song was No Scrubs. I think she was singing that the one night, wasn't she? Well, you know what I mean. Type singing it. They made a sequel to Space Jam. It flopped hard. Had LeBron James in it. And yeah, it failed. I think coming soon here, we have. Actually, it's a lot of horror movies coming up for some reason. But I know they're doing Final Destination Bloodlines, and I think Until Dawn comes out tonight. which Until Dawn kind of reminds me, just looking at trailers for it, it reminded me a lot of Cabin in the Woods. Dude, that would be epic if they did a WNBA fucking like Space Jam. Holy shit, a Caitlin Clark one. Jesus, it censored Beana who said, "What the fuck did I do now?" You didn't do anything, Beans. I was saying, like, never mind. It was a joke about musics. Well, yeah, I don't want a pigeon. You ever hear that one? I can't even remember who did that. But they put out No Scrubs, and then there was a song called No Pigeons. Pigeon is a girl at a club that thinks she's fly. Holy shit. I want a shrubbery. A shrubbery! We demand a shrubbery. We are the knights that say nee. Nee. And if I quest for the Holy Grail. I quest for the Holy Grail. We already have one of those. Go away now. Your mother was a hamster and your father reeked of elderberries. Now go away or I will taunt you a second time. You silly person. Yeah, you know something, Beans? I already, like, completely fucked up as it is. I had that conversation with my wife. My wife's like, "Oh, you'd be fine." I'm like, "No, if you ever die, I'm going to die alone in this house." I was like, "It'll just be me." I was like, "I fucking can't. I can't find somebody I want to put up with their shit, and I don't think anybody wants to put up with mine." Like, I got lucky. Good night, Mister. Thank you again for dropping in, brother. Always great to see you. I need to get some like higher grade, like kerosene paint thinner or some shit. No, not for the fumes. It's okay, Stranded. You've been here for a long ass time. And I keep running my gums, so it keeps taking longer and longer. I mean, he's getting close. I still gotta go back over the symbol in black. I should just paint the whole fucking thing yellow and then go over it again in blacks. Considering he's got to get hit again anyway. Problem is getting under the damn symbol. Trying not to do what I just did. But you guys can't even see what the fuck I'm doing. I didn't realize that. Wait, you say something. I mean, all that's left really is just finishing out this symbol with the yellow, hitting it all again with black, hitting this one little spot on the shoulder with gray, and doing the base. Oh, you don't have to tell me people out there are scary. I like I see it all the time. Go out shopping or whatever, and like see some of the shit running around, and I'm just like, I either see girls that are with guys, and you can tell they're only with them for their money, or real ugly guys with really pretty girl. I mean, granted, I live in a resort or close to a resort town, so, but yeah, they just, I don't know. Like I said, I could never never thought about replacing my wife. Never will. Got married one time, and that was it. That's that was the one that's the bullet that caught me. And once that bullet caught me, it's game over. Depends. Where I'm at, it's midnight. It's quarter after midnight, Beans. Remember, you're in Central Time. East Coast, it's later. Like I always feel bad because I know Sheree is East Coast, and she usually sticks through the whole damn thing. And there's been one time where I was like, even Sheree was like, "Yeah, I'm like falling out." I'm like, "All right." Felt terrible. Like I gotta rush and get this shit done. All right, you gotta get hit with black big time. Getting the pigment to stick is the problem. Like with the yellow, the problem is that the dry time is forever on it. And believes Earth is stationary. That is the hard part, Beans. That is. The next Mrs. X Raoul. Yeah, I mean, yeah, when I was younger, I was a different animal completely. I'm not young anymore. I've gotten old. I've grown old. I grew up, you know. So it's like the shit I would have tolerated a while ago. I would have no tolerance for it. I have that would have a zero tolerance policy. Zero. Like I wouldn't be able to put up with stupid for a second. I wouldn't be able to put up with the drama or anything like that. And like honestly, I'm sure I bring my own fucking drama to the table. I'm no fucking I'm no better roses or what have you or rose garden or whatever the fuck. I'm sure I'd just be as detrimental. So I have no illusions about it. I'm definitely that asshole nowadays. No, that does not count as cheating. Counts as cheating for her, not you. Yeah, I mean, not gonna lie, Duke. Like that's just it. I'm good though. Like I got a good wife. Got a good one. She takes care of me. Loves me. Cooks. Cooks well. Indulges me. When you got something good, you don't fuck it up. That's always my bottom line advice. If you actually have something good, you how's the song go? I know how it goes. It goes, you gotta know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to walk away, know when to run. That's how that song goes. Gotta know what cards to keep, know which ones to throw away. You won't die alone anyway, Beans. You'll find somebody. The whole thing is it's compromise. That's correct. The gambler. Jesus Christ, it's supposed to be a smiley face with the fucking alignment. That's craziness. Actually, really cool, but craziness. I know, like, what was it, last month? I was like, what the fuck is that? I grab my wife. She comes out. She goes, oh, you idiot. That's just Jupiter. I'm like, what? We can see fucking Jupiter? She's like, yes, we can see Jupiter. It's right there. You're staring at it. Like, oh. I thought it was some kind of like, comet headed towards Earth. Which I had said I was going to do this a while ago. I almost recorded it the other day. Reading off old H.G. Wells. One story called The Star. That got knocked out. Let's see if I can't get another coat on this symbols. Come on. God damn it. Paint going exactly where I don't need it to. Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, I know you date Beans, but like, what kind of idiots are we talking? Are they just like stupid people, or are they just like want to smash and pass and you know hit it and go? Like, what kind of what kind of men, quality of men, are you running into out there in the social world? Yeah, smash or smash and pass. Exactly. Smash and pass. You're laughing your ass off. I mean, sometimes honesty is the best policy when it comes to that kind of shit. Just say, yeah, I'm just here. I'm not Mr. Right. I'm just Mr. One Night. And sometimes that shit works for you. Yeah, I think we fixed his little symbol here. I don't want to go too heavy on this. That shit will fuck up the yellow. I'm a gaming addicted dude, but oh, I mean, I'm also not single either. Like, the biggest game you can play when you're single like that is just the tip. And You know, no quarters involved. But yeah, soft. You mean soft as in all in their emotions soft, or do you just mean they're not in shape soft? No sustenance humans. That's fucking terrible. That's like, that statement right there is a tragedy. I mean, girly men soft. Yeah, exactly, Duke. Because I mean, I'm out of shape. I got dad bod. I definitely don't have any kind of fucking serious definition to me, but I'm still like angry strong. You know, that's fucking bad. Yeah, I mean, I hate to say this, but I think there was a study done, and most young men now have the testosterone levels of like 65-year-olds or something like that. 65-year-old men, which I can't imagine. Like, I remember when I was like that age, and yeah, yeah, it definitely wasn't a thing like that. That's a goddamn shame. That doesn't give me much hope. And the other thing is, it's Gen Xers you're hanging out with, beans, or going on dates with, or is it younger dudes? You know, are you dating down or are you dating sideways? I'm actually kind of curious about all this. I'm not going to lie a little. To me, it's interesting. Yeah, you're not wrong, Six. That is the problem. Stranded? You know what? You got a fucking point because I've never owned a set of skinny jeans in my entire life. And when I saw them, Jesus Christ, we're talking like 16 years ago when I was working in the one store in the mall, in the GameStop in Cherry Hill Mall, and skinny jeans were first coming into style. I'm like, yo, how the fuck, like, I can't wear that shit. And they're like, why? I was like, I'd cut off all the circulation of my dick if I wore that. What the fuck do you guys got going on here? Yeah, I know life games though. I do. I'll know life game if it's a good enough game. Um, but at the same point in time, you know, there's also doing yard work and doing other things around here that I have to do. You know, I've got to drop a line through the wall probably next week. I'm going to drop an internet line through the wall into the room I'm in, the boneyard, because I'm not happy with my Wi-Fi signal I get in here. So that should actually make the stream like perfect and all that kind of shit. Yeah, I mean, I never understood skinny jeans. Like, and I grew up in a time of leather pants. Like, I don't understand skinny jeans. I still don't. Like, how's that not cut off circulation to your balls and your dick? Like, even now, I wear cargo pants. Whereas, I think it was Mister who pointed out, and I told my wife, and she's adapted that purse pants. Yeah, he called them purse pants. She said, "Yep, that's perfect. That's exactly what the fuck those are." Like, I mean, Eugene, that's fucking awesome right there. Real men wear kilts. Good lord. Sorry, my boys need a home. I can't just walk around with my shit swinging everywhere. I'm old now. My balls like dangle and bounce off my knees. Like, that's too much beans. That's actually, you know what? I can probably do that, but at the same point in time, I have conversations. I take care of my dogs, like all that kind of shit. But yeah, a partner can fit in there. They just got to be working side by side with you. Ain't nothing wrong wearing a kilt, and yeah, you're not wrong either. Stranded about the dye, but girls have been dyeing their hair forever. They just used to use Kool-Aid. All right, I still got to print or paint the base, but I know Stranded is fucking exhausted. And since she's always here and always patient, let me see if I got the Batman set kind of. Ah, shit, I don't, because I gotta paint his fucking face. I gotta whore up his face. Let's make sure his ass is going the right way. Look at that badass. At least get her a preview. Damn that fucking arm. I still gotta go grab the eyes out of the dry station too, or the cures. Oh no, that's right. I found them in here. Here's where we're at with Batsy. Like I said, I still got to do the eyes and the face. One of his arms. So at least gives it a look. He's close. I can't ride. I can't ride a motorcycle anymore. Oh my god! I almost fucked that all up. One stumble, fumble, and bumble. Almost fucking broke everything. That pissed me off. Yeah. This is what we're basically looking at. And you should be able to stand here like this. Get him swagger. Get his swagger going. Oh, he's gonna fall apart. Alright, let's get the rest of them fucking finished. Alright, so the rooftop. What do we got for the rooftop? Actually, let's get this little bad boy painted. This one's just a straight up. Oh, god damn it. I shut down my reference. Let's turn back on the reference real quick. So we are looking at bright pink to a tan. Yeah, being punk definitely used to mean something. It doesn't mean shit anymore. Wait, everybody's like, I can't remember who said it. And they're like, oh, I know what it was. Vivek Ramaswamy said some shit like, you want to be punk, you want to stick it to the man, blah, 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 then you should be a Republican now. And I'm like, Jesus Christ. Like, yeah, no, that's not how that works. You should be more like, I am an antichrist. I am an anarchist. When I did, because I wanna be anarchy. No, I've always got to have some underwear on. I think there was a point in time where I'd go commando, but yeah, no. No. Yeah. I think that's part of the problem is people have idealistic views of other people sometimes, and reality is we're all just fucking flawed in one way or another. It's just a matter if you can accept those flaws or not in the other person. Some flaws I can accept, some flaws I can't. Hit a little bit of black in that mouth again, I think. As I get this fucking base on there. Actually, it's holding. I didn't sell out. I bought in. Nice. Yeah, we had a name for people like you back in high school, Beans. That was called a snob. Yeah, we used to call them snobs. They used to run in cliques together. Not saying you were a snob, just saying like people like that, we'd call them snobs. They were usually the mean girls. I was always an outcast. And I was always happy I was an outcast. I liked being an outcast. Yeah, I honestly I was never the only group, and I got along with them were jocks. That was the only thing that I wasn't in high school. I was a nerd. I was a geek. I was a weirdo. I was a brawler to an extent. There was much better brawlers, but I could hold my own. Um, I was cool with damn near everybody. I wasn't popular, but I wasn't unpopular. Getting thrown out of school in my junior year was probably a blessing. Now I look back on it, and having to go and repeat and all that because I get to meet a whole bunch of different people. Let's go more to a. That's too white. I need like a hazy moon. No, that's too light. Where the fuck is my linen? There's linen. All right, so it should be this one. Yeah, I was definitely one of those. I was the kid that I had my senior year of high school. In my like I said, 4 periods out of the day you had a because it was a vocational school or whatever. So 4 periods out of the day you'd go to your shop. And for 2 of those periods were supposed to be my accounting class, but I kept getting thrown out of it because I'd tell the teacher she didn't know what the fuck she was doing. And she kept throwing me in this little side room that we had in the shop, and it became known as my office. So I would come in and go, I'm going to my office during those 2 periods and go in there and go to sleep because I'd have to go to work at night. I was that kid. Go pass out in the back of the classroom, not have to do shit. was a little terrorist when I was a kid as far as teachers were concerned. Yeah, I used to wear jeans, my trench coat, hat on backwards most of the time. Take that hat off. Nah. I'm lucky I didn't go completely fucking bald. As I mean, what were you going to tell me? It's like, yeah, I'm already working, you know? I already work a job till like 3 in the morning, coming in and going to school. And there were some teachers that I respected quite a bit, so I always like overperformed in their class. And then there was other teachers I didn't respect at all, and I underperformed in their class, but I still graduated. Actually, I got an award for most improved student my senior year, which was hysterical. Yeah, I mean, you see knockoff 80s, 90s styles today. As the actual old shit is way gone. Those kids don't even know that that was like brand new shit. Yeah, you're not wrong forever. You're not wrong. You know, like our our vice principal Porter would ask me to take it off. I'd take it off. He was actually, I think, 3 years in a row or something, was the state arm wrestling champion for New Jersey. Yeah, it really depended on the teacher. Like if I respected them, then they actually had my respect or whatever. But honestly, a lot of them gave me respect too because I would fix their PC for them. Like I would do in school calls or whatever to go fix PCs. That was part of my when I got kicked out of the accounting end of things completely. It was part of what I did. Part of the agreement. I have not been in a clothing store at all. Like I said, I have like 3 sets of cargo pants and I just switch between them. Otherwise, I wear Taiwanese fisherman's pants. Basically, they adjust in size depending on your waist, and then they just tie. But I don't, like I said, I barely leave the house. Like even if I gotta work, I work from home. Shit like that. So there's no point in even going out in the public. And to be honest with you, even though what my wife does, she rates like Gucci and all that fucking kind of shit, like high end style. She doesn't give a fuck, so she's not bad with it either. Really good about her clothing. She's very down to earth. Just give her a t-shirt and some jeans or whatever, and she's good. Unless she's got to go and deal with business, then different story. Have a good night, Stranded. I'm sorry. He's getting there. It's just I gotta layer it and all that shit. But if the video comes up later, just remember the thumbnail is always the model at the end. When I'm done, completely done, I leave the model there, and that's why I smoke a cigarette, bullshit with everybody, and leave my hands out of the picture and everything, is because it's basically a snapshot of the done model. But yeah, he's coming along. Boys to Men. Jesus Christ. That's just it. I had this conversation with my buddy Bubba on the phone about growing up in the Northeast. We definitely got to hear a lot of, like, that Philly Motown sound before it hit airwaves big. Um, WWF, because we had grown up there. We got to see all that shit. Um, so we were way ahead of the curve on some of the shit that became mainstream later on, like the 80s, 90s, and all that stuff. Like there's still songs that I'll hear every now and again, like the band Dial Up Q, and they have a couple different songs, and they're kind of rare. Like you're not going to just hear them on the radio at any given time, but they were just local bands that they put on some of the Philadelphia stations and took off. You know, you're awesome, Stranded. Just saying. Please get some sleep. Please rest well. Hang in there. This shit ain't always easy, but you definitely hang in there. Try and have a good one. Try and have a good weekend. Always appreciated. Never duplicated. You're awesome. Be careful. I almost pulled the paint right out of it. Oh, well that's one for you. So I had my one daughter visit or whatever, and we're flipping through, like, what do you feel like watching, and we're catching up, bullshit. And she was like, "Oh shit, Metalocalypse! Oh, that's awesome! I haven't seen it." I was like, "Oh, you like Metalocalypse?" She's like, "Oh, I love it," and everything else. I was like, "Here." I gave her like 10 fucking Death Clock T-shirts. I got them long ass time ago, like when they first came out. I was like, I used to love Metalocalypse. I got all the T-shirts and everything. I still wish I had my jean jacket and back patch from when I was a kid. It was Iron Maiden, Number of the Beast. Wow, really? Six has got to be a little younger. I used to have all kinds of like 3/4 tees when I was a kid. All different bands on there. Steve Miller. Trying to remember. Steve Miller, Journey. Like the ball blowing through the thing, the silver ball. It was called Escape, like from their album Escape. Used to have that T-shirt. Van Halen. Yeah, Buckethead. Fucking Buckethead. I have not heard Buckethead. That's the second time I've heard him in recent memory. I have not heard anything about Buckethead in a long ass time. All right. What else do I got to do? I got to do the eyes. They're just going to be pure white. What color do I paint this fucking thing? Do I keep it a flat black and then gray in the, go with kind of like a whitish gray, I guess? I may just keep this black like it is. Just do the windows. let's see. Give me a dull gray. Dre the Chronic. I remember I had a fucking Ice-T t-shirt where he's smoking a bowl. It's a pipe, but it was a bowl. He's smoking a bowl, basically, and it was the Grim Reaper. Can't remember what. I think it was called The Predator. I think that's what album that one came out for. I didn't have too many rap t-shirts. I definitely had like the old metalhead type t-shirts. Have to clean up the black on this too. Go balls to the wall with the color, I guess. I'd be sad when this brush dies. Dear Lord. New Kids on the Block t shirt. Man, if you wore that in my high school, we would have all made fun of you. That shit definitely was a no go. John K. Ossie Vocational Technical Schools, I'll tell you that much. Definitely a no go. I'll never forget, I used to have shit when I was in high school. The style was Z Cavaricci's, right? Like for pants. And Hammer pants, like muscle pants, but like MC Hammer pants. You want to talk about some serious nut room? Get yourself a set of Hammer pants, like real tight around the waist, but right in the nuts, just wide open, like a floating breeze, like two eggs released on the wind. Oh yeah, I don't believe you. I don't doubt that, Beans. I forgot all about that shit. I'm sorry. I always forget you weren't in like the American high schools. You were over in Germany for that shit. Yeah, I guess that would have been. Then again, you guys also were big on David Hasselhoff, and we kind of wrote him off when he started doing Baywatch. I mean, what's funny is when I think back to when I was a little kid, I remember guys wearing like pastel blue shirts and white suits and stuff, and shoes with like loafers with no socks, always having a 5 o'clock shadow. And then looking at it now, like in hindsight, I'm like, oh, that was that Miami Vice style. That's when Miami Vice was really big. I always thought older guys wore those overalls so this way they could hide their diaper better, like their grampers, you know, adult diapers. We always called them grampers. always thought that's what overalls were for. But yeah, you're probably not wrong. Probably just let your nuts fly there. Should I light source these windows, guys? You think I should do like light source? I still got so much heavy fucking paint in this little window. I went too heavy on it. The Hoff. Dude, yeah. David Hasselhoff. Yeah, it's like the French with Jerry Lewis. He's a comedic genius. I'm like, what? The fuck are you talking about? You don't. That was a joke, Duke. I believe it, and I agree with you on the yet. Eventually, it's going to happen to all of us. We all need grampers. I can't believe how old I'm going to be soon. Shit, like, it doesn't really freak me out. The only thing that freaks me out is when I look at things, certain things, and I go, holy shit, that was like 20 years ago. Like when I go, wait, I remember when Guns N' Roses came out with Appetite for Destruction, and I look back on it, and it was like 1989 that album came out, and I'm like, it really was that long ago. You're getting me a geezer hat as long as you don't get me a nitty hat. You have my return address when I mail this thing out to you, David. I got to pick up your beef jerky and whatever candy you want this weekend. Probably mail it off like Monday or Tuesday. The only thing I know goes two ways was this one girl. Oh, never mind. That's not an appropriate story for YouTube. I know, dude. Like, that's just it. The whole thing is being old. It just can't slow down that time. That clock just keeps, time keeps on slipping, slipping, slipping into the future. Gonna fly like an eagle. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I ain't boiling anybody's penis. Oh, you said peanuts. My bad. I misread. Boiled peanuts, really? Oh, Jesus Christ. Being it for the win. Being it for the win, guys. Being it for the fucking win. Dear Lord. Talk about tossing a coin to your witcher, huh? Get that shit off my brush and blend this shit in. Went a little too heavy there, I think, with the paints. I'll send you pre-rolls. Good Lord. Yeah, I still got to do like a pyramid head or something for sex. Maybe I'll find like a cool slip knot thing. Sheree still has yet to tell me what she wanted anyway. I know she wanted something. Send Sheree something cool. Yeah, the Superman one's going to be interesting when I do that one. Because I'm going to have to cut the head off whatever model I find of Superman. And I found a Henry Cavill head. So I'm going to have to, and I mean, like the sculpt on that Cavill head is fucking pretty damn good. Not going to lie a little bit. Henry Cavill head is actually pretty fucking good. Yeah, they asked Trump about the Washington Redskins, and he was like, like I don't have too much I can really do about that or say about that. And he's like, the name is kind of problematic. God damn, guys, 43 shows. Can't believe I've done this shit for. I can believe I just did that though. Right in that fucking hot ass pink, right on my pinky. My goddamn pinky. Shot my pinky toe off. What, a Cleveland Indians hat? I always liked that little crazy ass Indian. I always thought it was neat. But like everything else. It's like when they told me I wasn't allowed to say retard. I'm just like, what? What? You mean GAM's not allowed to say retard? I call my friends retard all the time. That's not right. Like it became a sign of affection to me. You took it away from me. Like when my wife calls me muffin ass or honey tits. It's one of them symbols of affection that you should be able to say to somebody. Good night, Eugene. Thank you for dropping in, brother. Appreciate the hell out of you. Good to see you. Hope we see you again next week. I don't even know. I might ping. I actually do have one more story that happened. It actually didn't happen this week. It happened 2 weeks ago. But I'm going to save that one for when I paint the Donkey Kong. That reprint of the Donkey Kong. Because it involves Billy Mitchell, the King of Kong. Yeah, I mean, I don't understand how people get offended. Like you talking to one of your friends that happens to be a girl, and you call her sugar tits, and next thing you know, people want to cancel you. I don't get it. I don't understand what all the hubbub's about, bub. Cleaning up the window. Yeah, my wife. You want to talk about somebody that puts me in my place and keeps me there? It's my wife. I can't lie. I can't lie a little bit. Keeps me grounded. Keeps me humble. Nothing like a bitch slap from my wife. Wakes me up in the morning, puts me to sleep at night with a bitch slap. It's hard having an opponent that can counter you, everything you say or do, because they remember what you did when you were like 7 years old. Clearly, like the day is new. It just happened yesterday. Yeah, and I mean, here's one of those things I never understand, right? And like I don't know, is this common in married life where people go to the bathroom with like, while the other person's getting ready or, shit like that. Me and my wife don't do shit like that. It's like, no, you go in the bathroom, that's your personal time. That I to me that's not love, that's just nasty. My wife doesn't tell me when I'm being stupid. She says you're being a fucking retard. Yeah, you're being an asshole. You're being a jerk off. You're being. She tells me when I'm fucking up. She'll also call bullshit, which is a big thing. Like, yeah, bullshit. You're just lazy and don't feel like doing it. And I'll be like, yeah, you know me too well. Like I was gonna cut the lawn today, but it was supposed to rain. Bullshit. Yeah, there you go. Okay, Sheree. That's 100 right there. Right? Like I'll be in the tub, soaking in the jacuzzi tub, or taking a shower or something. She'll come in and bullshit with me, right? I just think the whole going into the bathroom with the other person there is just that step too far. Like, not like you want to be in the bathroom when I'm in there. It's bad enough the paint is already melted off the walls. Yeah, I agree with you 110%. But yeah, I know people are like, "Oh, you don't talk to your wife while you're in the bed." No, no, that's my time to look on my phone for funny videos on YouTube. What are we talking about here? I can barely stand my own stench. You want me to subject somebody to that? You're cruel and unusual, sir. Cruel and unusual. See, that's fucked up right there, Beans. Like that's you want to know why you can't find a quality guy because you just made that statement. Okay, well, holding somebody's head while they're puking from being too drunk, that's an act of love. Standing there and having a full conversation while somebody's cracking one off in the toilet, yeah, no, no. That's just wrong on so many levels. Just that's one of those no. Uh-uh. Bridge too far. The one where you said true love equals talks while poop. That's that was the one I was talking about, Beans. That statement right there. That'll keep you single forever. You don't want to have a conversation when somebody poops. No. That's God's work. God's will at work right there going through your bowels. You don't want to have conversations during that. And honestly, it's probably invoked by the devil too in some way, shape, or form, I'm sure. Yeah, well, I mean, there's been plenty of times where, you know, I I've had long hair for a good chunk of my life. And yeah, that's definitely happened to me. Definitely had people that held my hair while I threw up. I've held girls' hair while they threw up. You know, that's not that bad. I was talking about the pooping one. Pooping one's a step too far. There's a line there. Damn it. Fucking this up. Bring on Shana Na. Bip 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 ba. Shana na na. Shana na na na. Bip 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 ba. Nah, you'll meet a quality guy eventually, Beans. Just keep looking. Honestly, don't keep looking. That shit'll just happen upon you when it's supposed to. That's usually when things like that happen. When looking for my wife when she came back into my life. Yep. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, bodily functions. There are some bodily functions that are like, well, no, 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 too far. I'm gonna go with some of this. I should be able to get the black back on there without fucking up the windows again. And of course, what did I do? Smack one of the windows immediately with black. I'm gonna smack another one too. No, Marines do not do drunk the best. No, that is not true. Drunk fighting the best, maybe. Hammering them back, no. They always want to be fighting something. That is unfortunately the jarhead way. At least every Marine I know. I know quite a few. Quite a few. All right, I can patch those windows just a little bit. Fix it. Clearly, you've never been to Cherry Point Marine Base or Paris Island. No, I was not a New Raw Marine. I just happened to live right next to Cherry Point, or right next to Cherry Point, right next to Paris Island, and I lived on Cherry Point for a little while. Yeah, see? Duke said it. I still want to fight. And those guys could go too. One thing I always feared fucking with was hammered ass Marines. They're sober, you've had a shot. If they were hammered, man, they would lay a smackdown on your ass. And there's no such thing as a retired Marine. Very cool. Very, very cool. Very cool beans. But it also, that explains some stuff to me too. Because I get it. Does actually explain some stuff. And I don't mean that in a derogatory way. I actually don't mean that in any kind of way other than exactly what it sounded like. I understand. Yeah, smackdown on anything around. Like, no joke. Can't retire too many reminders. Yeah, you're not wrong. You are. If that's 100% too, Duke. That is the fucking tragedy of all of it, of military duty. Dark reminders. Good reminders too, but a lot of dark. You know, it's one of those things. You don't see too many people that are in the Air Force with PTSD. You do in the Marines, you do in the Navy, not the Air Force or the Army. Navy sometimes, rare though. Depends on what their MOS was. Yeah, I don't know too many beans, to be honest with you. Even one guy that I was like, oh yeah, like he's with this woman forever. They've known each other since they were like 16 and shit. Yeah, he ended up cheating on her. I think she stayed with him. I'm not entirely sure. But yeah. It was like shocking when we found out he had actually had a girl on the side. Really? I'm not liking that. Not one bit. I'm not liking the way this is coming out. Get a little different on this mix. You already come equipped with it. Beans is like, elaborate. Please explain to me. I'm hoping that some of the high seas sites, after I get done the stream, have that Until Dawn fucking movie up. Definitely want to check it out. See if it's good or if it's total dog shit. Seems like it'd be a fun one. Standard black. Come on, get on the brush, you motherfucker. Standard black. So yeah, I'm caught off guard. We are actually kind of picking up some people from the ABL chat here and there, huh? Like, I always had you guys right from the rip. Matter of fact, I think a couple of y'all are the ones who talked me into doing this shit live. Let's see. Yeah, I'm going to get a little bit more light over in this window, I think. See? Like, that's funny. I always got told the opposite. I was always kind of like the gingerbread man. Can't catch me, can't catch me, can't catch me. Up until I met my wife and she said, your ass is cooked, motherfucker. Oh, shit. It's over. GG. GG. Game over. Good game. And again, I guess that also comes with the wisdom of knowing know when to hold them, know when to fold them, know when to walk away, know when to run. Oh, no kidding. Really, in the Air Force? Now, granted, my uncle, he was full bird colonel in the Air Force, and he fucked around on my aunt. They ended up divorced. He ended up remarried to the chick he was cheating on my aunt with. And again, man, it's kind of a piece of work, so I don't blame him. What the fuck am I missing? That's done, that's done, that. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I think I am going to do this two-part. I think I'm going to go with this pearl cream. This pearl white pearl cream. And we'll go with regular ass white first. That is a good question, Beans. I don't know that it was a way out or an attempt. Some people just want to serve. And then the life is what the life is. Shit. Now I got to figure out which eye is which eye. And these things are tiny as fuck. I mean, tiny, tiny. Let me adjust the camera. Like, tiny, tiny. There they are. Oh, this is just fucking awful. Left eye or the right eye? Oh, oh my God. What a pain in the actual dick. Like my dick hurts because of this eye. This is just atrocious. All right, that's that eye. That is not the right way that goes in. Like sausage fingering this shit. Dear Lord. There. I fucking hate these eyes, guys. Yeah, I mean, that is fucked beans. That is fucked. That'll give you some, definitely some trust issues. I'm not gonna lie. Going forward, and I can't blame you. It's gonna be a rough thing to get over, but you get over it. Just realize he wasn't worth it. Is that right? Is that fitting in there correctly? It doesn't look like it's fitting in there correctly. Shit. Yeah, I mean, hang tough. There are decent dudes out there. Same thing I tell everybody. There are good guys out there. There are a lot of bad guys. Some good guys. Some guys that are just built just for you. Fucking eyeball's gonna kill me. I'm not gonna lie at all on this fucking eye shit. I think I am just gonna paint them solid. And figure it out after I got them painted. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's one of those things. Like you guys have heard me say, never going to cheat, never will cheat, stuff like that. Not just lip service. There's a reason for it. I've seen what that shit does to people. Fucks with you. And I look at it this way. No matter, even if my wife and I didn't care about each other at all anymore, I still wouldn't cheat on her. I'd leave, or she'd leave. I don't think she'd cheat on me either. I'd be shocked. I'd be completely fucking shocked if she did me dirty like that. But oh my god, where'd that just go? There comes a point in time when you have enough respect for one person or another, or you should have enough respect for each other to just call it quits and move on, because some things are so unforgivable that there's no coming back from. Like you can't take shit back. I think I just lost that fucking other eye too. You little bastard. That's what I get. Talking shit. And yeah, Batman's now missing his fucking right eye. That's great. That's fucking I cost Batman his eye, guys. No idea where that little fucking little tiny piece just went. Be digging on the ground like I'm fucking Hunter Biden looking for Parmesan cheese. Yeah, I mean, there's usually clues and red flags and stuff, but the whole thing is sometimes you don't want to see them because you can't. Like, it just goes against you. Oh, did that shit fall on my floor? Where did it go? You motherfucker. Oh, Batman, you bastard. Why would you do me like this, Bats? Fuck. I got to figure out where that little piece just bounced to. Did you guys? Well, no. I guess it'd be like goddamn near impossible to see it on the video, huh? Actually, I just painted it. Do I have any paint on my shirt? Didn't bounce off my shirt. Where did it bounce to? I'll like pick up his leg or something and it's going to be stuck to it, right? Fuck. I knew I should have printed this fucking thing with the eyes in. Yeah, and you're not wrong, 6. It's a good call. Fuck you, Batman. Fuck you. I will be right back, guys. I gotta run to the curing station and grab the other eyeball. Thank fucking God I thought I lost that other eye and had to reprint them. Or I'd have been like, well, I got a one-eyed Batman till next week. I better smoke a cigarette, catch my breath, calm my fucking roll before I fucking go ahead and lose another one of these and then I don't have a replacement. Because believe it or not, I have to print like another whole file with these because they're so small they break off and get stuck in the printer otherwise. You'll shoot your eye out. You'll shoot your eye out. Dude, they sell Red Ryder BB guns in like the Walmart here. It cracks me up every time I see one. Funny enough, Walgreens, we were stocking shit for Christmas the one time, and they had the leg lamp. Like you could actually get that leg lamp from that movie. Oh, good I'm sorry, guys. I know it's getting late. You guys are all chilling like villains, which is awesome. Here we go. Give me that one. Paint you. Oh no. You stick to the fucking brush, you bastard. I don't even know which eye's which, so I gotta paint all three of them now. Unfucking real. And I don't know which side's which, so I gotta paint both sides. Like, I just gotta paint the whole fucking thing. What a pain in my ass cheeks. They are hemorrhoids. And I keep dipping my pinky right into the fucking paint on the palette. That's awesome. Let that shit dry for a second. Really? Ashes everywhere. God damn it. I can't believe I lost that other eye like that. That eye had stayed in there forever. Might as well see what the face looks like in it, though, huh? Yeah, how about that? Looks appropriate. All right. Got a gray side here. Dealing with this shit is unnerving, especially when when one of your hands does not work right. I can't believe I'm holding this steady as I am at this point. I'm telling you, that shit that happens when you're younger. Nerve damage in the neck is probably one of the worst fucking things. Get off. Go on. Let go of the brush, fucker. Gotcha. Come on, let go. So, well, wait a minute. Were they over in Germany or were they in America? America. Because I know kids that have gotten in trouble for playing like cowboys and Indians and stuff like that in modern day America and running around like they're shooting each other. Wow. It's actually surprising. Oh my God. You people are the greatest audience on these internets because, like, I really haven't said anything worth a fuck other than, talking about shit spears and shitting with the door open in a while, and you're still here. Wow. In kindergarten, they wanted us to, like, what the fuck? Like, I remember when I was a kid, they used to have these things, they were called Intex. and they were squirt guns, and they looked like Uzis and Mac 10s and all that. And then the one kid got shot by the cops because he pulled out a toy gun, and the cops couldn't tell the difference between the fake gun and the real gun. So they started putting like the red tips on all toy guns and shit. But those Intex were fucking cool as shit. Look at Beans is being a trooper tonight. I have to be up till 8, so your ass is good. It's okay, Beans. I should wrap soon. I just got to do the get these eyeballs in there. Once, oh man. Once I figure out the right way they go, it's going to be gluing time. Well, if 6 lives alone or whatever, why would he need a door? He can shit with the door open. I mean, I don't personally, but doesn't mean, you know, he's there chilling by himself. Shouldn't shit with the door open. That's what killed Vinny Vega in Pulp Fiction, remember? I'm going to have to touch these eyes up once they're in place and set, though. I can almost guarantee that shit. Let them dry. Roll the white right over that nice black arm that I did, like an asshole. You can't. Yeah, you can kind of see it, can't you? I can't get it off my finger before it dries. Yeah, of course they are. So, like my house, right? All brick, built in 99, 2,700 square foot with garage, all that. People across the street from me bought the lot and dropped like a small trailer on it. Had the lot cleared, put in a septic tank, electric run, and dropped the trailer on it. Anything pretty much goes in out where I live. All right, that's it. These guys are pretty well coated. Almost fucking did that shit with the brush again. I gotta stop that. Stop that. No. Trailers are not considered RVs. Yeah, you could buy a shed and turn it into a tiny home easily. There's people that do it all the time. If you're a smaller stature person, you can fit in it. Yeah, why not? I mean, out here, it's kind of your property. You do whatever the fuck you want. Yeah, you guys got legal weed, but you can't do shit on your land. All right, let me try is going to have to get touched up. Now it's time to try and figure out which eye goes where. And in which way. I think that goes in the other one. Good Lord. I really should have just printed these eyes right into the cowl, because they are a pain in the ass to work with. I feel like I'm trying to put in a contact without using a mirror. And yeah, that's great. Paint looks like it was wet. Got the cowl. You guys seeing this like bit of difficulty right here? Yeah, that's what I was afraid of right there. Actually, I think that is the right eye. Check out the other one. Okay. Found the way the eyes go in and pretty much the shape on them. I'm going to have to clean up the cowl though and the eyes. Shit, let me grab my glue. Oh, now it's time for the fucking fun part. Let's see if I can do this without fucking it up any worse. I can do touch up and call it. Take off my fucking glasses for this shit. Come on, motherfucker, come out. Oh, don't you tell me you locked in there. Ooh. That's one eye out. Double check. It's not the way it's going in. It's going in opposites this way. Oh, don't you spin the wrong way either, you motherfucker. Oh. Lord. Make sure it's going in the right way before I glue it down. Other one's already set. Yep. Sorry, guys. Not talking, concentrating, or trying to. These little fuckers are a pain in the ass. And I don't want to over glue it either. Otherwise, it's going to squirt like all over the model, deshape it, and everything else from the acetone. Almost there. Piece of shit, get in there. Talk about a tight fucking fit. That's what she said. All right, so we got some eyes. Gouge out those eyes. Rip and tear. Tear out those eyes. I see the horror in your eyes. My eyes, the goggles, they do nothing. Come on, tell me. Tighten up the other eye real quick. And then we'll get the black on. Oh, what a pain. Dude, I'm telling you, like those little tiny fucking pieces. I don't know who the fuck decided it would be a cool idea to cut the eyes out of this, but fuck that person for doing that because I never would have cut any eyes out of something this small. And like I said, having neck damage and nerve damage in your hands, making these eyes like 10 times harder to fucking paint. But should be able to hit this with a little sequin black around the outer part of the eye where I have blown it out and had paint smear and all that other fun shit. And yeah, that's all about the glue. Nice and gentle. I can't believe I'm working on this shit like this. I've lost my fucking mind. was going to do that, you motherfucker. Motherfucker. I got one little tiny blowout right there. And of course, it's black going into white. Let's see if I can't pull off the excess. Happy little trees. I agree, Beans. I agree. I don't know what the fuck I was thinking. Even better would have been just to print them with the eyes already in place. Like I could have done that too. Like I could have just taken the model, put it in Blender, taken the eyes, put them into the outlets, and then just printed the whole cowl with the eyes already printed in there and then painted them. So they were still like busted out a little bit. But no, asshole me had to do it the way the guy broke up the model to begin with. I had to be cute with it. I had to be like, oh, look at how skilled I am. And this is why I'm still a fucking amateur. That was an amateur ass mistake. However, it's an amateur ass mistake that I was able to correct. Just trying to soak in that pearl essence. Because that other eye is the one that I lost, so it's not pre-painted, and that means I got to do like 3 coats on it to get it to stick to resin. Like it's a pain in the ass. Super pain in the ass. Have any blowouts anywhere else? No. Damn it. I have to be like super touchy with it. I'm not going to lie. Tighten my butthole up doing that. It looks like I got it fixed. Got it. So we got him. Hello, I would like to tell you all about this magical invention called Pearl Cream. They always ask me, why does Batman look so young? I say it's Pearl Cream. Dear Lord. Holy shit. Yeah, there's always one part. Like, this is one of the things I'm dreading with the Wolverine. Because the more I look at his suit and everything else, I'm like, holy shit, there's buckles here and everything else. Like, there's parts of his armor into the shoulder pad because it's directly from a video game. I'm like, oh God, this is going to be a bitch. Yep, and there you go, Beans. Lesson learned. But anybody who's been watching this will be like, oh, he should have done this. Or they get to that part and realize, like, oh, he's saying he fucked up. This is how he fucked up. I won't fuck up when I'm doing it. So that part's cool. Whole point to this shit is to show that any asshole can do this, basically. And move that cowl. I'm going to let that dry. Let's get this shit fucking glued down. Let's get the body in place anyway. Which, not a big fan of the way they did this part either. Or the utility belt was separate from the fucking torso and shit. Could have lived without that. Not gonna lie a little. Problem is, put the legs on too. Where that glue dries all the way. I don't get the damn legs on. See if I got the right leg in the right place. Nope. Yep. Either the right leg or the left leg, motherfucker. I think this is the right. That's the right. Gorilla Glue, not just for your hair anymore. Nah, Hugh Jackman never impressed me, I'm not going to lie. Henry Cavill, I heard every woman in that movie theater, when he got done saving the oil rig in Man of Steel, just go, ooh. And I couldn't blame, like, that's one of those things, like with Henry Cavill, you can't even blame your significant other for looking at it and going, ooh. It's like, yeah. Yeah. It's like looking at Sydney Sweeney's boobs. Like, can't really fault a guy for that. Like, no, those are some nice hooters. Yeah. We got a little touch up right here on the leg, you can see. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. Glue set. Glue is set. All right, let's go to the thigh. Check them on the stand. Make sure that shit is set where it's supposed to be. Let's look at the other leg. Make sure the waist is the right way. Batman was like, it's all in the hips. It's all in the hips. It's all in the fucking hips. Oh! Was all in the hips right up until that part. That's what I wanted to see. Make sure the legs hold together. Otherwise, this fucker's done. one side dry. I've got the actual angle on it. Damn, that fucking leg is not staying in there. Come on, glue. Get hold. Yeah, that's going to be a sad day for all women in the world when Henry Cavill does actually settle down and get married. Now for the other leg. Hopefully the glue adheres better this time. And it also doesn't help that I just dremeled these legs out before we started doing this tonight, so still a little dust in them. Go. Other leg. Fix your hip stance. And okay. Got it. I miss old-fashioned super glue where you just hit one side, hit the other, and it automatically glued it. Now this Gorilla Glue shit, it bonds better over time, but it takes like 5 minutes for it to actually seal to your whatever you're adhering it to. It's kind of a pain in the ass. I don't know if she's gorgeous. She just has a nice rack. And what makes her rack nice is the fact that they're not, they don't look fake. I couldn't tell you until, you actually get to see them full before, but yeah. They do not look like, they don't look like the work of man. They look like exactly what boobs are supposed to look like when they're that big. They look real. Okay. You got it. You got it. You got it. Cool. Let's get some wrists on him. Actually, I can glue the face on probably now. Which this part took a while to cut it and get it just right with the Dremel. So it wasn't overblown. Let that sucker dry. That shit out of my way. One arm. Glue holding? Glue's not holding yet. Fuck. you, Gorilla Glue. Just fuck you all the way off. That's better off the original Crazy Glue. Still loose. God damn it. I think we got decent contact. Make sure. I don't want the arm just like magically falling off when I go for the other one. Bat penis. Batman's always packing his bat condoms. In case he runs into hot ass Catwoman. Yeah, what you gonna call it? That's one of those things that apparently happened in the comics recently. Batman revealed his one true love, and it's Catwoman. No big shock. He was like fucked up or something, and that was his confession. He's like, I've never loved anybody like I've loved Selena or whatever. Pretty awesome. We're hitting the other side. That one actually like, wow, that one actually bonded pretty goddamn quick. Must have had better contact points or something than the left arm. And, keeping head. This is going to be a pain. This cape is heavy as hell. Bring it up so you guys can at least see it. I picked the wrong day to quit snipping glue. Asshole, get your fucking... Oh, you fucker. Get your head in that fucking hole. I said get it in there. Oh, what a pain. I better not have to dremel you down. Probably should have glued the cape on, not gonna lie. Cape falls off, we'll know right away that glue isn't in there right. But yeah, I just saw it shift like a mug. Damn it. I can feel it like stressing on the model too. Yeah, that head's gonna pop straight off. Shit. Well, that's gonna be an issue now, isn't it? problem is the resin's flexible on the cape, but not the head. Which means this sucks. I am going to be muting you guys for a second here. No, I'm not missing a piece. Like, I can show you what's going on. Yeah, fucking head. So the thing is, if you're looking here, it does fit through the cape, but not down into the actual body neck hole. See how it's inset? The only way to fix it is why I got to put you on mute. So hold on a second. There we go. That's the part you don't see. I have to do that to all the joints on 3D prints in a lot of cases. Sometimes they're big enough. Other times they're not. But in order to get that part, the head to actually press through to the body, so it fits. Oh, the glue isn't, it's still tacky and holding. I use a Dremel and I have to Dremel out everything. And then I'll just hit it with a quick line of paint around here and here and tighten up the paint job. But I have to take off like a millimeter. So give me a brush. Let's finish this fucker. Cover up our Dremel marks. But yeah, that's the thing. When the head doesn't fit or an arm or whatever, I've got to be real gentle, real careful with the Dremel. Get it up as high as you can get it and just drill that motherfucker out. And then you can make it look like it should. Fill it in like that. And last but not least, I don't know if I should glue them down. Fuck it. I'll glue them. Let's glue them into place. Whole thing is, over time and everything else, the resin being exposed to light, whatever the case is, the resin contracts sometimes. Notice this? Anybody's using resin like this, the resin will contract, and when it contracts, shapes that fit perfect when you first print them all of a sudden are imperfect. So you have to adjust them. And that's why when you're cutting apart a model or whatever, using Blender or what have you, you have to, like shit, I might even have to hit where these feet are hitting. It's contracted. You have to expand it a little back out. See, he's not locking. Come on, Batman. It's this fucking cape. That cape is heavy as all get out. I mean, I think he came out all right. What do you guys think? Get that fucking camera kind of tilted. Bring you up and over. Because the last thing I want right now is for him to fall the fuck over, and he is tilting. This tells me that, come on, glue contact. X-ray. Yeah, come on. Like, so the thing is, too, this model in particular, the guy cut it. And it's cool. He cut like the footprints or whatever into the base here. What I don't like about it is he didn't peg the feet. So where the body's pegged, his head, everything else, it all fits together pretty nice. But where these feet contracted or whatever, if the glue isn't hitting just right, then it's just going to break free and he's going to fall. And all that works basically for nothing. Like, I can already see stress on the foot because that leg is not. Yeah, I knew that was coming. And I broke the peg off the other leg too, by the way, guys. Knew that was going to happen. Felt it happening. Probably knocked every glue joint out except for the arms and the head. Yeah, I snapped the peg clean there. That's some shit. That's some shit. Honestly, this is why I started doing my own models in Blender. I'm going to get glue on him all over the fucking place. That's shitty. Get that foot back on. I'm going to have to fuck with that leg once I do what I'm about to do, because I'm going to mute this shit again in a second and Dremel out these feet. Clean this glue out of here real quick. That's just going to jam up my Dremel bit. Same thing on this side. Fucking, that's that shit. I got like glue all over my hands. It's bonding. You motherfucker. All right. I'm hitting mute real quick, guys. Let me see if I can't get this leg where it's supposed to be. No, I'm not going to. I'm going to have to wait till I'm going to glue him the rest of the way through. That's fucking shitty. Can't believe the leg joint just blew. You motherfucker. Motherfucker. All right, cool. Let me get to work with the Dremels. As soon as I find the fucking thing. There it is. Alrighty then. It should be wide enough for the feet. Like, yeah, I'm actually getting contact into it. Like, it's not locking into position, but I'm at least getting contact. Just like the cape, you know, contraction happens. Like, I'm half tempted to keep drilling until I hit oil or the feet actually lock all the way the fuck in. But just see where this lands. Damn, that fucking break, that might just fuck me. It may have just fucked me. That break on that peg. It doesn't look like that leg is going to hold. Oh, no, wait, there we go. So yeah, let's glue him into place. Actually, what I'm going to do is, because of the way he stood, like, it's weird, the model actually leans forward. And is there enough contact glue? No, there's not enough contact glue there. Okay. I'm going to glue this leg in. Actually, I might as well just do it all in one shot, huh? Okay, legs. Okay, feet, don't fail me now. Just this part's going to suck. Make sure I got no glue on my hand before I'm handling him. Okay, Batsy, let's put you together. I'm going to have to hold him till I get some of that contact and the glue dry. Otherwise, he's just going to break right apart again. Like I said, snapping off that one peg really fucking sucks. But fortunately, I didn't snap both legs when that happened. Am I back yet? Yeah, I'm back. What do you call a Chinese chick with only one leg? So if you call a chick with one leg Eileen, what do you call a Chinese chick with one leg? Irene. Not happy. Give out on me now, you piece of shit. Yeah, in a pool, it's Bob. God damn it. Oh, that leg's gonna give. Oh, it didn't give. Thank God. Damn. Yep, knew that was coming. Leg joints giving out. Maybe fucked. I may have to reprint parts of them and repaint them and reassemble them. That breaking that leg fucked the whole damn thing. Really did. Really, really fucked it. Before, it had a connecting piece that was acting like a joint, like a hip joint. I can just swivel the damn hip into place. Have it lock to the base without it falling back. But the weight of the cape pulls it back when I take my hand off, so I got to wait for the contact cement. Holding on to his bat penis. Fuck. Really sucks. That one glue joint fucked the whole thing up. Whenever was this shit PG? Yeah, as soon as that hip, if that hip swivels back at all, it's fucking done deal. Like he's falling apart. Now I am blowing on Batman. Actually, you know what? That's not a bad fucking idea. Time to cheat. Now I am blowing Batman. Just straight air from the airbrush. See if I can't get the seal to hold faster or seal set tighter. He's swiveling. Let's see if I can't infill it from the side. Where's my fucking glue? My glue. if I had a little bit of liquid resin right now, I'd be fine. Oh, you gotta be shitting me. Don't do this to me, you motherfucker. I started to screw off the cap, the blue cap. The whole cap came off the fucking glue. Don't fall, Batman. Tried to do that shit one-handed, but it had bonded to the blue cap on the white cap, fucking everything up. All right, let's try this again. Just letting the bond, just blow it into place. Like I said, if I had some liquid resin, I have the blue or my blacklight pen or my nail curing pen from Miyu or whatever the fuck it is. I could have just dripped some resin in there and legit just sealed this leg right to his body. But that would be a whole nother set of difficulties. Put him in resin, Batman on ice. Hey, what can I say? I've said this before. I'm happy showing all the fuck ups and, fun stuff that happens with models and resin and stuff. Because creative ways around things. If you don't figure out creative ways, then what the fuck are we doing? Oh, even if I gotta seal them with resin, I can do it later. But for now, let's get that shit. He's done. There we go, guys. What do you think? Move Mr. Froggy out of the background so the black isn't covering his hand. Actually, that doesn't work either. Got to put something behind him like white so you can see the hand. Dear Lord. Well, what do you guys think? How'd I do? Outside of the obvious snapping a leg off and having to repair it and I think he's made of resin. He better look stiff. Stop looking at his crotch beans. It's not Cavill in that outfit. It's not even Affleck. I might do a little touch up. I'm going to have to do an infill with resin right here at this glue joint, right where it snapped. I'm going to have to do an infill with resin and all that, and then I'll probably hit it with some gray. Man, that was actually rough. I can't believe I snapped that leg like that. I knew it was going to snap and knew his feet weren't fitting and still forced it anyway. Sometimes you put it in, got to hear it pop. I ain't gruffing anything. Getting the final screenshot so I can, holy fuck, I got 70 views on this video. What in the absolute fuck is going on? Thanks, Beans. Like I said, I'm definitely not happy with that one leg. Like it's got to get. I'm gonna have to hit it with resin fill because I am just not happy with it. But I do think the paint job came out at least nice. Like he got a nice paint job to him. It's a decent model, but I would recommend anybody that finds this model, downloads it, prints it out, and paints it or whatever, that they definitely Dremel the shit out of it right before, like right after they paint it. Dremel, doing a second Dremel just to make sure your glue joints are wide enough for them. I'd love to tell you guys, like, well, I'll see you guys on Saturday or whatever. But like I said, beginning of the show, I can't support anymore. I'll jump in and say hi to Sheree and anybody else who's in there early in the chat. But I was done with ABL. But I might kick up my Sunday show too. Not gonna lie. I just got to. I got too much to paint. I'm getting there. I'm getting to a point where there's almost too much to paint. I am thankful to all you guys for sticking around and watching me, get Mr. Batman here in line and looking the way he kind of does. I appreciate it. Got to give a shout out to the greatest mod on these internet, Sheree, too. Shout out to Bina, Duke. You guys have been here goddamn near the whole show. Oh shit, you're gonna show up with an alter ego? Yeah, no alter egos for me. Um, like I said, God bless him and good luck, man, and all that kind of shit. But you tell me you're gonna shoot somebody because they punch you in the face. That's to me, that's weak sauce. I can't after that point. Like I can't support. David Mon's still in here, huh? I'm just watching, mate. Shout out to David. Decent wingman, even though he's British. He fucking wanted to change his handle to the governor at one point, and I was like, why? David Mon is like how I know you. Why would you change it? And funny enough, because my handle for gaming is just GAM, which is super rare because it's 3 letters or whatever. I told David if anything happens to me, I want him to take my account. He was like, "Fuck that, paint." Speaking of pirates and sailing the high seas, I'll have to see what came out tonight. Duke said something. But yeah, thank you again, everybody, for watching and tuning in and watching me fucking go through the nightmare that was Batman. Duke said, yeah, when I see an X post from ABL, I'm going to tag his post with I find retards. He'll love me for it. Jesus Christ. Sheree. Great stream as always. Batman looks fantastic. Have a great weekend. Next Thursday. You too, Sheree. Please try and take it easy on Saturday. Hopefully it's an easy night for you. Six, if you're out there, thanks for jumping in, brother. Appreciate you. David, much love to my homie. Oh yeah, Duke's going full troll. This isn't going to be good. Hey, you better hope Sheree's looking the other way and not paying attention. Forever, thank you, man, for jumping in, watching all night long. Appreciate you. Definitely appreciate you watching. Like I said, I don't have a shit ton of subscribers or shit ton of people watching, but the ones I do are all fucking quality. You guys stick with me through the whole damn thing. I appreciate every one of you. Let's call this shit a night. Yeah, perfect timing too. Almost 3 in the fucking morning East Coast time. Jesus fucking Christ. Fuck you, Batman, for making me glue your ass together. But thank you for watching, everybody. Hang in there. Try and have a good weekend. Like, share, subscribe, all that stuff like Sheree just posted. And I will catch you next Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern. I don't know which one we're gonna go with next. I ain't gonna be fucking Wolverine, I'll tell you that much after this shit. But everybody have a good night, good weekend. Thank you again. Thank you. And just remember, until next time, don't take shit from anyone. Good night, everybody.